everyone to the third day of Department. Our committee vice chair, Wire, Councilmember Kiaina, Councilmember Say, Councilmember Toba, as well as Councilmember Andrea Tupola. Thank you for joining us. Pursuant to Section 92-3.7 of the HRS, this meeting will be conducted as a remote meeting by interactive conference technology with the following procedures in effect for the meeting. Members of the public will be allowed to provide oral testimony on all items on the agenda in two ways, remotely and in person in the council chamber. Remote and in-person oral testimony will be allowed when the agenda item is taken up. Before testifying, each person shall state their name. Each person may not have anyone else read their statement and is limited to a 1-minute presentation on each item. All persons who have registered to testify remotely by video conference or phone will be called upon first. When your name is called, please monitor your screen and activate your audio feed when prompted. For those who are joining us by telephone only, I will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. And when your number is called out, please press *6 to unmute yourself when prompted. I will then give persons who have not registered an opportunity to offer testimony. Please utilize the raise hand feature on Zoom to be called upon. Some friendly reminders and tips. Please video conference from a quiet location if possible. If you're also watching the proceedings on Olelo, please mute your television at the time you are called to testify. When the timer on the screen reaches 0, please conclude your remarks promptly. Once all the remote testifiers have testified, I will proceed to in-person testimony in the council chamber. Persons who have not registered will be given an opportunity to speak following the oral testimonies of the registered speakers. For those council members participating, if we do have council members participating from outside the council chamber, in accordance with HRS Section 92-3.7, the meeting will automatically recess. We lose audiovisual contact with you and cannot reconvene until we establish contact. Therefore, please announce beforehand if you will be voluntarily signing out of the meeting. Written testimonies, including the testifier's address, email address, and phone number, will be available to the public as described on the posted agenda. And as a courtesy, please silence or turn off all your cell phones. All your cell phones. And before we start our agenda, I do want to announce that we will be taking a recess after the Department of Planning and Permitting. After the Department of Planning and Permitting. Okay, with that, once again, welcome everyone. I would like to welcome members from our city administration who are here with us. And we will start off our informational briefing of the Executive Capital and Operating Budget Review with the Department of Parks and Recreation. For those who wish to view it online, it is Departmental Communications 156-2023. And with us from the administration, we have the Director of DPR, Director Laura Thielen. Welcome, and we'll let you have some time to get your presentation up as well. Okay, thank you, Director. Please proceed.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right? Okay. So Budget Committee Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, Council Members Kiaina, Say, Tupola, and Toba, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the budget on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation today. Behind me is the department management team, and between all of us, we hope to be able to answer all of your questions. I hope you will excuse us. I think we do have an absence of some of our urban forestry folks, and they are out responding to the wind events and the street trees that have gone down in the parks and the streets. But hopefully between all of us, we can answer most of your questions today, and whatever we cannot answer, we'll get back to you. We want to begin by thanking you for the support that you provided to our department in fiscal year 23. We had some budget initiatives last year that you supported, and we've been working with you to implement those. I think most of you have been pleased with the results in your parks, and we look forward to continue implementing those projects and additions that you added to our budget last year. And today we want to discuss some of the budget initiatives and things that we are putting forward this year. I know the slides have been going long. And I'm going to skip the first two in the interest of time. I'm going to see if we can actually get the slides moving. This next. And we'll be coming back to these. Next one. So one of the challenges, I think, in reading the budget is a very thick document, and a lot of our additions are threaded throughout different sections of the budget. So we're beginning our presentation today with going over the 5 budget initiatives that we have proposed this year, and we hope that you support. And you can see this in separate sections of the budget itself, but by looking at it as a single piece, we thought it would be helpful. The first budget initiative totals up to $4,148,376. This is around providing safe, clean, and well-maintained public parks, gardens, and urban forest. The largest portion of this is in our maintenance support services. I think many of you have become familiar with our MSS and the master contracts that they have provided to do additional work in our parks. This would bump up the master contract program so that we could sustain the work that we've been doing with the FRF ARPA funds through fiscal year 24 and beyond. But equally importantly, it adds a single position, an administrative specialist. Even though these are master contracts, there's a fair amount of paperwork and documentation we have to do under the procurement code. And in order for MSS to be able to keep pace with the volume of work that we're doing through the Works program, they need an additional clerical specialist. In our budget initiatives, we're asking for 3.15 positions. I'll explain the 1.5 in a minute, but this is one of the 3 positions we're asking for. In addition, we've taken a look at the costs and inflation impacting our operations throughout the budget. So we are adding to the materials and supplies for MSS, the botanical gardens, and our grounds maintenance so we can maintain the parks and facilities that we do. We are increasing the tree trimming contracts by $500,000 so that we can keep pace with the increases in the contract price and keep people safe in the trees and in our parks. You guys saw the giant tree that was down off of Foster Gardens yesterday. And then today I drove by Pohakapu Park and the wind blew down another tree, and I know that they're responding to multiple ones around the island. We're also increasing at the bottom attendance, security costs, restoring some of the program aid positions. And then one of the newer is the green infrastructure to mitigate coastal erosion at beach parks. As you know, a lot of our beach parks are eroding. We're losing ground quickly. And we want our landscaping section of the Urban Forestry Department to start working with Sea Grant, Office of Conservation Coastal Land, and others to figure out how we can mitigate the erosion, slow it down, and then also keep areas safe. And we've had to send out tree trimmers to take down some trees that are presenting a public safety hazard at the parks due to erosion. Next slide. The second budget initiative is to strengthen DPR staff capacity to continuously improve our operations. Our department is one of the largest departments across the city. We're behind HPD by a significant amount, but we're up there with DFM and ENV. We have 1 administrative services officer and 1 human resource 5 specialist, and then a small handful of clerks. In addition to having to hire our regular staff to maintain operations, we also run a summer fun program. So each summer we're hiring between around 400 people, and because they work with youth, they have to go through background checks, so it really slows down our ability to fill positions. So we're asking for a second HR specialist so that we can recruit, but also be able to retain people. We're going through a significant generational change in our department. We have very many new people that are coming in. We need to train them, and then we also need to train our new managers and supervisors, and that's going to help with the workforce retention and with operations. So that's the second of the 3.15 positions we're asking for. The third budget initiative is to help us with our efforts to mitigate climate change, and this is to support our community forestry program, the tree ambassadors, which many of you are familiar, we're working on through the ARPA FRF project, and then the education programs that we run through community forestry and also the botanical gardens. We have 1 community forester position. That's the entire community forestry program. So we're asking for a second position. This is going to have huge benefits to the city because I think the statistic, and I'll double check this, but it's for about every 1 tree the city plants, 10 trees are planted on private property. So if we really want to increase the tree canopy and have impacts to reduce climate change, we really need to strengthen that community forestry program. Our existing contract position, where we're trying to turn that into a full-time position, has been able to obtain a federal grant. We know that there's a lot of other federal funds that are coming down for this type of work, and by having a second position in place, we'll be able to tap into additional federal funds. And in addition, on the botanical gardens, they can play a huge role in our island on combating climate change by taking a look at different species that can survive. How do we deal with the threats of invasive species and be able to retain and maintain the forests that we have and then increase them? For some reason, we have a 0.35 position at Ho'omaluhia. Try filling a 0.35 position. What we'd like to do is add enough to that so we can have a half-time position and be able to bring another person on to help with managing that garden, which is about 600,000 people a year are going in there now, and they have a very small staff. So this will have a big impact for a relatively small price. So that's the total of the positions we're asking for. Next slide. Our fourth of the 5 budget initiatives is planning for today as well as for the future. When the city created the Department of Design and Construction, they pulled the planners, architects, and engineers out of the various departments, including the park department, and moved them over to DDC. DDC, understandably, is focused very much on individual projects. And so what happened as a result of that is we lost regional planning, as kind of that big picture planning. I think the last plan that was done for parks is about 2004. So that's nearly 20 years ago. We're focused primarily on 2 fairly large planning efforts. The first is an asset management. A lot of times now we're doing repair and maintenance or CIP based on responding to complaints. What we really need to do in order to manage our facilities efficiently is something like the DOE has done. We go out, we take a look, we understand when was the facility last repaired? When is it due for repair? What's the life of the repairs going to be? What we begin with this database is with the roofs of our buildings and prioritize the buildings that contain contents that are going to be expensive to repair if they're water damaged. So we talked with you about this last year with the gymnasium roofs because they contain wooden floors. And if the water damage comes in and damages the floor, that's a very expensive fix. Same with the bleachers or the basketball, mechanics for that. We also have recreational buildings with computer equipment and supplies. And again, the water damage can create a big expense. So what we would do is work with DIT, develop a software database, which can be a modular type of database that we can add to over time, and come up with a schedule for repair and replacement for our facility roofs. The second large plan is an island-wide assessment of our beach parks and our beach right-of-ways. Maui Department of Parks and Recreation recently did this. There's a lot of data that is out there at the state level regarding erosion and accretion. They brought in somebody to compile that data and to identify which beach parks are in pretty good condition and can support improvements, which beach parks are going to be lost in a very short time, and where we need to look at unimproved park lands, maybe Mauka of the highway, to be able to develop a support park for the future so communities can retain beach access. And which parks, with a little bit of attention and mitigation efforts, can we sustain, in that middle ground without having to abandon at this point by working through our urban forestry program. Next slide. And then the last of our 5, many of you are familiar with our energy savings contract or the NORESCO contract. As you see, our utility bills, having a contract that saves us on water and saves us on electrical is worthwhile in and of itself, but we didn't want to just have that. We wanted to maximize the benefit of what we got out of NORESCO, so we prioritized improvements that also provided capital improvements or very large-scale equipment improvements to parks. So this contract is going to be paying for itself. There is a third-party review, so we should see a commensurate reduction in our utility bills over time. But in addition, we are receiving 170 separate projects in nearly 50 city parks, including, I think the biggest one is the 14 pools getting new pumps and chlorine generation systems, because a lot of that equipment is antiquated, and that will allow our maintenance support services to, spend their time on other things as opposed to duct taping the pools. Next. So these are the 5 initiatives that are you'll see throughout the budget. And when we presented them today, I can imagine that some of you are thinking, well, those are well and fine, but what about community gardens? What about this? Why don't I see these other things that are near and dear to the hearts of my constituents? What we've done is very deliberately, we're weaving together different funding sources so that they can complement each other and we can maximize the impact that we have on our parks and our programs and our gardens across the island. We're utilizing our department metrics as the backbone for the weaving, and we're taking general fund operating budget, which I just described. We also have the general fund CIP, including the community development block grants. We have the federal recovery funds. We received a congressional grant this year and then also a grant from Kamehameha Schools. And all of this is being woven around these department metrics. So here you can see a slide of how the metrics serve as a base for these different sources of fundings and programs. On the left-hand side in the dark blue, I took our 5 metrics and consolidated them into 3. The first of the 3 is increasing activation, care, and maintenance of parks, gardens, and urban forests. All 5 of the 5 budget initiatives totaling $8.9 million support that. But we also have 8 of 8 ARPA federal FRF projects and the congressional grant of over $8 million that are supporting that metric as well. And then all the CIP, because they are improving parks to bring people in there. The second metric is designing DPR programs for intentional outcomes and increasing the number of residents that are served. So again, you can see that 4 of the 5 budget initiatives serve that metric, but also 5 of the 8 ARPA FRF projects. And then I highlighted 3 of our CIP projects because these would be opening up new recreation improvements that will obviously be increasing the number of people served and communities served. And then the last metric is strengthening and supporting the capacity of DPR staff for the 5 budget initiatives, 4 of the 8 ARPA projects, and then I'll touch on the new outdoor court pilot project and how that helps there as well. Thanks. So the reason that we're using the metrics as kind of the base for all the different efforts that we're working on is because there's a strategy behind them. The 3 metrics really boil down to 3 things. The first is creating a sense of place. We want to welcome residents to come into their parks and their botanical gardens. We want to recognize Hawaii as a special place. We want to make people feel welcome. We want these places to be safe to gather in. The second metric is we want to improve the health and wellness of our residents. So we lure you in, and then while you're there, we're going to entice you with various programs that are going to improve your physical health, your mental health, your social health, and the environmental health as well of our islands. So we're going to be designing these programs for intentional outcomes. We want to reach underserved groups and communities, and we want to build partnerships. We have many existing partnerships with the obvious groups like the sports leagues and the like, but we have many additional partnerships that we can build on that can help support the health and wellness. Not all these programs have to be run by us, but if they are in the parks and in the gardens and helping the community, and that's something that we can support, then that would be wonderful for everyone. The last metric is really about leadership. And really, I talked earlier about investing in staff, but it's investing in staff for the purpose of investing in our communities. We want to build the department capacity to meet the emerging and changing needs of communities, but we also want to be working on building leadership among residents in Oahu's communities. Now, I know for a traditional Department of Parks and Recreation, sense of place, health and wellness, even investing in staff leadership, all that is understandable. The question might come up, why are you talking about leadership in communities of residents? Isn't that going outside of DPR's Kuleana? So let me just spend a minute on the why. So if you take a look at this picture, Hawaii is the most isolated landmass on the globe. The quality of our future on Oahu really depends on the human resource capacity of the residents of the city and county of Honolulu. People are not going to be able to come and rescue us from the outside. We need to be resilient within our communities. Some of you may have heard of Raj Chetty. He's an economist that's done a tremendous amount of work around social economies of the United States. He's worked with Facebook and a team of other economists to take data about 40 million Americans and has developed these opportunity maps. So the slide you see in front of you, it's census districts, and what it's measuring is the household income of 35-year-olds who live in the census district who grew up there. So if you grew up in the census district, you're 35 years old today, what's your household income? If you're in the blue census districts, the household income of that 35-year-old is $80,000 and above. Again, household income, not individual income. If you're in the red, the household income of the 35-year-old is $10,000 or below. And then the yellow is about $40,000. A lot of people look at this map and they see that Oahu may be in trouble as far as our human resources. I look at this map and I see a tremendous amount of opportunity because we have an ability to focus on these areas that are in the yellow and orange and red and change the socioeconomic scale for the people in those communities. And you think about the impacts on Oahu, if we could change the shade of this map more into the blues and the cooler colors, the reduction in social problems, the reduction in crime, the increase in opportunity, the ability to keep our children, our grandchildren, our brothers and sisters here on the island and stop the drain off to other parts of the world would be huge. The other thing that I see when I look at this map, the Department of Parks and Recreation has staffed facilities in most of these yellow and orange communities. We have people who are there, who can offer programs, who can make a difference in these people's lives, in the parks as well as the botanical gardens. How can parks make a difference? One of the things in the Chetty study is that they took a look and said, how can kids move out of the yellow into the blue? How can we increase the socioeconomic status of the kids? It's pretty clear that you could take a kid out of a yellow community, move them into a blue community, and that household's going to do better. But we can't move, half of the island over into the other half. So the question is, how do you improve outcomes in the communities where people aren't doing well, socioeconomic-wise? And what the finding of the data is at the community level, cross-class connections boost social mobility more than anything else, including racial segregation, economic inequality, educational outcomes, and family structure. And creating more connections across class lines, either through greater economic integration of our institutions or more opportunities for cross-class social engagement, looks to be the most promising route to improving rates of upward economic mobility in the United States. This is the potential of the Department of Parks and Recreation and why we are concentrating on these metrics and are building our staff capacity and our programs. Is DPR, in working with the other partners in these communities, can become an anchor institution that can help improve the socioeconomic status of the residents across the island. Next. So here you're getting into the familiar budget, and we're just going to go straight through these now that you've seen from all the departments. Here's our operating budget with a comparison of fiscal year 23 to 24. The equipment looks like an outlier as far as the increase, but that's because all of our equipment last year was in CIP and not in operating, so we have a small amount in operating this year. The big piece you'll see is a increase in salaries. And I mentioned that in our budget initiatives, we're only asking for an additional 3.15 positions. We are not paying these people $2 million each. The salary increase is partly due to raises, but a lot of it is the PVP. In the PVP that we would be allowed to keep with your support and that we're asking for your support would total about $10 million. So take a look at our vacant positions as of February 1st, 191.15 vacant positions as of February 1. The mayor started a hiring initiative in September of 2022. Our department identified 140 priority positions to fill. Between September and January 31st, we filled 107 positions. That's about 20, little more than 20 a month. Starting February 1, which is the date of this, we identified 170 priority positions to fill. That includes 33 that we hadn't completed filling in the initial 140. We have, in the month of February, filled 19 of those positions, so we're keeping pace with our average. In addition, an additional 18 positions are in interviews. An additional 30 positions have completed interviews, are in processing, so we're anticipating an additional 48 positions to be filled relatively soon. When the PVP in past practice has been swept, what it's essentially done is it's created a 5-month hiring freeze every year, year in and year out in the city, because no hiring is done between February and July 1. That's 40% of the time or more that we cannot hire. So the freeze is contributing to the continual increase in vacant positions. By allowing us to keep the PVP last year and letting us work on filling throughout the year, you've allowed us to achieve this momentum of about 20 positions per month, and that's just our department. You're allowing BFS and DHR to set in place systems that allow them to achieve a momentum. We can continually go out to job fairs. We can continually recruit. We can start to fill at a faster and faster pace. And so we really do request that you allow us to keep the PVP again this year. We are on a path to making some significant decreases in the vacancies. And then we will all be able to respond to the requests that you provide to us to go fix the parks, to go fix the irrigation, to go fix the lights. You know, all the departments are able to do a lot of things now with the additional positions that we had to set aside for many years. And it's really making a change in our operations and the services all of us can provide to our constituency. So the next set of slides, again, I want you to have time to get to your questions, so we will just flip through fairly quickly. We have a very limited number of special and grant-funded positions. It's primarily Hanauma Bay, so here's the vacancies. Next is the revenue sources. Again, we have limited revenue sources, although we would like to change that in the future, but it's primarily Hanauma Bay, and here's the change again. Next, we get to our capital improvement projects. I'm anticipating a number of questions from you folks about those. So this is just the first page of the list. Excuse me, can you go back? So on Ho'omaluhia, whoops. Yeah, item 6, I know that we're going to get some questions there. We may have to get back to you with some additional information, but that is a topic that I'd like to discuss with you. And then the next page, you'll see that there is the play courts at various parks new, which is an initiative that I'd like to have the opportunity to discuss with you as well. And while the total CIP is $55 million, I'd like to point out that item 13, preservation and conservation lands, which is nearly $30 million, that's not a fund that is used for Department of Parks and Recreation. It's just administratively placed in our CIP budget, but that's the fund that's built up for the acquisition of real estate interests for a variety of purposes, which may include recreation. We do think in the future we may be making some requests because there was a charter amendment to allow up to 5% of that fund to be used for maintenance for lands that were acquired with the Land and Water Conservation Fund. So you may see some DPR projects in the future, but really the funding that comes on in for what you would traditionally see as parks, I take out that preservation and conservation land and also the NPDES funds, so we're really more at about $25 million. We also have 2 pages of major equipment purchases, which we greatly need because a lot of the work that we do is fairly heavy-duty work, and we need to replace equipment as it gets old. And lastly, that's the end of the presentation, because again, we wanted to leave you folks time to ask questions. We did provide some additional slides in the handout where we broke out sections and divisions budgets. Some of you folks had liked taking a look at that earlier, and I think one of our newer council members confessed to me that they're a bit of a nerd and like to look at it, so we wanted to provide that. And we took a stab at some bar charts at the recommendation of another council member. But again, thank you for the opportunity to let us present the budget, and we would be happy now to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director Thielen. And I forgot to mention this earlier, right before you started, but I wanted to wish you Happy International Women's Day. Okay, members, do we have questions? Councilmember Kia Aina, Councilmember Wire. Okay, first off, Committee Vice Chair Wire, then Council Vice Chair Kia Aina.
Okay, I'll keep it brief, Chair. Mahalo. And mahalo, Director, for being here, and also to your staff. Appreciate all the work that you're doing. I wanted to walk through, okay, so I understand that the 27 million you said are a little less than, that's just held in your CIP budget, the preservation conservation funds. So that's the one that we're maybe moving over to DLM, is that correct? Or is that different than the clean water?
I'm not sure. I know that there are 2 funds
Okay.
that were set up by charter, one for housing and one for the land and water conservation.
Okay.
So I think what it may be in DLM and BFS where they're managing it, but as far as where it gets put in the budget, it's just put in our CIP budget.
Okay. So I'm just curious, like how often Parks looks at that funding source as like a potential mechanism to make, improvements in the community.
So under the charter, up until the last election, it was limited exclusively for the purchase or acquisition of a real estate interest, and it could be for agriculture, conservation, recreation. There was a number of purposes listed in the charter. There was a proposal, any proposal goes to the commission. The commission will make a recommendation, and then I think it may come to the council. I haven't gone through the process. There was one property that has gone through the commission that would help with the Pearl Harbor bike path.
Okay.
And if that property is acquired, then the funds would be utilized from here, and then it would come over to Parks. At that point, we would, now that there is the charter amendment that would allow us to use up to 5% of the funds for maintenance, but only for properties acquired with the fund. If that property came into our inventory, we would go forward with a request to start doing some development to support public access.
Okay. So if we had ideas for potential locations or properties, would we start with you getting your input as a department, or work through BFS, DLM, or what would be your suggestion?
I would invite you to please start with us if it's
Okay.
something that you're looking at for a park, but if you're looking at it for other purposes, certainly the other players to discuss with them. And then again, the presentations made to the commission. So I don't think under the charter, I don't think the city can just
do
say,
it.
budget it. I think it still has to go through that public process.
Okay. No, totally makes sense. And then in regards to the 5.5 CDBG funds, do we have, and you may not have it today, but are we able to get a list of all the projects that's going to apply to? I'm wondering, I think a portion of that might be recouping what was reprogrammed out earlier in the year last year. I don't know if that's all the funds. I couldn't find the reprogramming memo, so I don't know if there was extra money left over, but was just curious if we could identify specifically where that funding is going.
So I think that for the CDBG, it's been a learning process for the city, and we took a smart pill last year. So because of this federal fund, it has certain requirements attached to it. So I think the initial projects that the city picked out for CDBG improvements, it didn't really appreciate, having to go through a Section 106 historic federal review, the length of time that was going to take. So that created a lot of delays in the projects. So what we did in fiscal year 23 is once we had put the projects in, the city has to meet that obligation under HUD. We have to complete those projects. So they extended the projects, but last year we put in some alternative projects that we thought we could do more quickly. So if there were delays, we could pivot and do some of these less, ground disturbing projects. So we put in a list of parking lots to reconstruct. And so we may pivot if there were delays and do one or two of those and then continue to get back. What we're doing this year is we're trying to complete 5 of the remaining CDBG projects, but we have also provided alternative projects for HUD's review, which would be resurfacing courts and putting the fresh, resilient rubber surface on playgrounds, because those are not going to have to go through a SHPD historic review. They don't impact historic properties. But we do need to, the priority is complete the 5 projects: Baratania Community Park, Fern Community Park, Kalihi Waena Neighborhood Park, Maili Community Park, and Peter Buck Mini Park. So a number of these are going to be going out for bid. These are the ones pushed into fiscal year 24. In early fiscal year 24, we're going to try and move that bid process up for the construction. I think Peter Buck the plans are still being prepared, so that's going to be a little farther off. And we're hoping with Kalihi Waena that we will complete the design and put that one out for bid. That's our largest, along with Maili.
I appreciate that. And then just looking through, I've seen, happy with the funding going into Central Oahu Regional Park, the canoe halau up in Haleiwa. I'm just curious, I know there was prior funding in the budget, both for Kahuku District Park and then also for a Resilience Hub in the Ko'olaloa.
What was the second?
So Kahuku District Park and then a Resilience Hub in Ko'olaloa. And I know there's no funding, it doesn't look like, in this fiscal year. So I'm just curious if there's any status or updates on those projects.
So for Kahuku District Park, we did speak with, I think it's AES, the company that built the
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, the wind farm. And they have committed to 2 pots of money for community improvements. One pot is time limited, and I don't think we would be able to work through some things with that. But another pot is, I think, roughly $2 million that is not time limited for community benefits. What we were proposing is we would like to work with you, council member, and the neighborhood board and members of the communities out there, because if there's agreement on what to prioritize at Kahuku, we could ask the AES to utilize that money, that they would contract design services in accordance with the city standards to design an improvement out there that we could then support construction of subsequently. And so we'd like to have that dialogue with the community, AES, yourself, and other key stakeholders to see if we could come up with something that would provide a benefit to that community and try and do this type of partnership to get to construction faster than if we put it through our normal CIP queue. As far as the Resiliency Hub, I did meet with the folks out there, and I think it's difficult, when they're talking about a resiliency to weather certain types of storms, it's hard to develop something like a gymnasium that can service that, because a lot of the recreation facilities are going to be more open than what they were looking at, because they were looking at some pretty severe impacts. So I think what we kind of agreed is that they would pursue other avenues aside from trying to do a park, multi-purpose project. And I think they're continuing to work with a different city agency on that.
Okay.
DEM,
DEM, you said?
Emergency Management.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well, and so I appreciate that. And I just asked because I know that as they're looking through, the different types of projects they could have, of course, the price is going to vary, right? And so, but I was really hopeful, when we're talking to DEM, and I know CCSR is a part of it as well, when the city's talking about how it can retrofit or incorporate like disaster preparedness into maybe some of our parks facilities. I know we've talked a lot about how, we don't want to just pick up everything the state's doing, right? Because we have our own issues to pay for. But when we have those gaps or delays, say delays at DOE facilities, it is, I think, vitally important to have those spaces for our communities to go, especially recognizing, as you did, just where we're going as a community in terms of, the more severe weather we're going to face, the challenges in the community. And so definitely happy to work with you and support any ideas you have on that too, especially if we're doing new construction or renovation on facilities where we can, incorporate even just minor changes to make buildings more resilient. Because I understand the challenges with, the big roofs, gymnasiums. When we're over in Wahiawa at the district park, checking out, the repairs on the boxing gym, when we're upstairs, we're kind of looking in, there's certain rooms that maybe are more suited for that type of retrofit. And I think that's one of the ones on the lists that CCSR and DEM had. But I think it's important that as we're looking at city facilities, that's always a part of the analysis, right? Like, how can we use this space knowing, that we have potential for a lot of harm to happen, right? And a need for it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I appreciate that.
I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Yeah, and then, okay, so I wanted to ask just a couple more. So when you're talking about the Community Forester program, or Forester, and then getting the federal grant, you said that you folks had actually applied for federal grants. So I was just curious, is that something someone in your office is specifically pursuing, or how does that work?
We worked with CCSR, and Congressman Case had reached out about some funding that was available for some of the work that we were trying to pursue on the tree canopy and data for us to be able to make more informed decisions. And so the contract person that we have now, while we're establishing our initial community forester position, had worked with CCSR to pursue that. And then has also been working on the FRF project for the tree ambassadors with the community out on the Leeward Coast.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then we're talking about the PVP and it being in the department versus in a larger pot, right? And so can you tell me a little bit more or explain how it makes it easier for you to hire when it's in your department budget? Just so I fully understand it.
Right. So again, I'm new. So when I came in here, it was kind of at the tail end. Last year, I think the PVP was, the departments were allowed to keep it. But my understanding is the practice was starting February 1st, that would be the date that we would say, okay, here's the number of vacant positions. Here's the money that's going to go into a central pot. That had a de facto effect of stopping any recruitment through up until you get to June. Because I can't go out to a job fair and start to recruit people in February or March if I'm not going to even be able to get, something processed to fill until July 1 at the earliest. And so it created basically a freeze within every department in the city. Right now, we're going out regularly to job fairs, we're going to high schools, we're working with other, organizations, we're talking to people, we're encouraging them to apply. DHR is, feverishly working on lists. They're sending out lists each week. Everybody's kind of gotten into this routine where we're rolling on the hiring because this is a huge initiative. We had nearly a 40% vacancy rate in one of our sections over at Urban Forestry. They had stopped doing a lot of work because it was just so, how could they do it? Now we've been able to fill the positions, and every time I go over there, they thank me about what a difference that it's made. And they're going out to the job fairs. They're going to all these places because they know we can continue to hire. We don't have to stop right now. And so we're moving them up from a 40% vacancy, I think, to a 30% vacancy, and we would like to get more people in. And I do want to point out, a lot of our positions are entry-level positions. So in many, over 60% of these cases, these are new to the department, external to the department hires. So we are creating a net increase within the department. There's a backlog, and so, we want to catch up, but that's where we're saying, please don't sweep the PVP, because that allows us to continue these. And as I mentioned with these numbers, we've got 48 positions that are currently in the interview or post-interview process, and we have a number of others that we're working with DHR to fill the list of about 50-plus positions. And we really don't want to have to stop that work and then try to pick it up and gather momentum again come July 1.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification, because I agree, we're all on the same page. We're all wanting to fill city vacancies. So in terms of the process then, so you have, if it's swept, the fund's still accessible, but it just has a longer process to get to, or?
I think the fund has not been readily accessible.
Okay.
That's swept. Or just period, not accessible.
Okay, because I'm curious, I guess I'm trying to distinguish the differences in process. Like if it's something you are going through, like is it just doing like a BF 117 allocating money, or is it harder if you're wanting to get swept money into the department?
So what I'm being told is it was not an absolute ban, but it was a significantly longer process.
Okay.
And so the positions that we're talking about filling, and I'll let the other departments speak for themselves, but these are groundskeepers, these are the tradespeople at MSS, these are the rec specialists, these are, it's our administrative services officer for hiring, left. These are pretty big, important positions to fill, and it's creating a real problem because we have a lot of people TA'd, which means we have a lot of people that are doing two jobs, and which means everybody's getting half the service,
Okay.
or less.
No, I appreciate that. Who would be the best person to talk to? Would it be BFS for the exact across-the-board process for accessing those funds? And the reason I ask is, and again, I can't speak for everybody, but say, hypothetically, like equitable share was swept from, the whole budget, keeping a chunk in for everyone, because I know typically it's all in one big pot. I want to just make sure that at least I know that it's still accessible, right, to the department and where we could make sure it is.
I think talk to BFS because they would have the bigger picture. My understanding is they're not proposing to keep 100% of the PVP in every department. I think our department, we're looking at somewhere between around 85 to 90%. So some of the funds have gone to some central pots to help support, general operations. There may be smaller departments that are unable to handle, any vacancy because of their size. So.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Do you know what the lowest starting salary is for a full-time parks staff? I know it's such a big department.
Sorry, our ASO is gone.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. It just really came up as we're talking about filling all these positions.
Sorry. I think our SR8 is the lowest level clerk, like at Hadama Bay.
Okay. Do we know what that starting salary is about?
So I'm looking at, I'm not sure if this is an SR08, 36,000.
Okay. So I think, and I know this doesn't just fall on you, but it came up because of the question. I think it's important, like as you were talking about, just the need to have an ability for our next generation to stay here, to have access to jobs they can afford. I think especially for the city, right? Like if we're asking folks to come in and commit, their time and their work and their lives to our community. And again, this isn't park specific because you can't change this. It involves a lot of, oversight from the county and then, of course, labor. But we want to ensure that we're paying our city workers, I think, what they're worth. And I think how much we pay them signals that. and how much we value their commitment to our community, and it affects their ability to support their families. And so, I mean, we're talking 36,000. I know there's folks that make more. Liquor Commission, I think, was 42,000 coming in. And so I think this is something that we want to keep talking about as a community and as a committee. But thank you, Director. Yeah. And mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, followed by Councilmember Toba, followed by Councilmember Say.
Aloha, Director. Thank you for your presentation. And, I work closely with your leadership as well as your team on the ground. I greatly appreciate all that you're doing in our communities. On page 10 of your strategy on DPR metrics, it's spot on with regard to sense of place, health and wellness, and leadership. And so, very often we don't think enough about the contribution that parks can help in our communities beyond recreation, but it's also just quality of life and health and wellness. So I just want to say that you guys are on the right track. On page 8, with regard to the weaving of the various funding sources, and you also have changes in revenue sources on page 17. You are aware that I have concerns over the usage of CDBG funds, not just for parks, but for all city programs. And I guess I just recommend that you look toward finishing these projects, but not looking at it for a longer-term funding source. The whole idea behind fighting for the transient accommodation tax, 8.34% of it, was to help primarily parks. So moving forward in the 25 budget, I just encourage that you start listing TAT as part of your funding source. And I know that we have a long way to go with regard to working with Budget and Fiscal Services, but just to give you the dollar amount, for fiscal 24, it was 7.838 million. And for fiscal 23, 7.15 million. That's $5 million for the last 2 years. And it's kind of hard to see it in the budget. I do know that Ho'omalohia and the Kailua boat ramp was partially funded, as well as other DPR projects. So I just want to make sure that you start itemizing it, because I'd like to see what percentage of those funds go to DPR. Right now, you have $5.49 million for a CDBG. What we get in the TAT is more money than that pot. And the pot for CDBG, as you know, is small. I think it's roughly $8 million. And I would like to see that go to nonprofit organizations. It's one of the few federal funding sources. So I just want to make that comment. But I am excited about the improvements you're going to make at Ho'omalohia and elsewhere. Did you have any comment regarding the TAT funding before I move on to my other questions?
Thank you, Council Member. And we understand that the interest of the council is not to have it support just tourists, but residents impacted by tourism, and to help manage tourism to reduce or mitigate those impacts. So we look forward to working with you and BFS for next year's budget. I think Ho'omalohia is definitely an example of an area where we're serving residents as well. It was interesting because the number of people going into Ho'omalohia, when we shut down for COVID and the airport shut down, the number actually increased. So we know that residents really love that area, and we are really hope that you support this funding for Ho'omalohia, not only because it's cash funds, we can utilize those master contracts and go in and kind of quickly fix roofs and things like that, but it gives us the opportunity to design for some improvements to that area that make it more enjoyable for residents as well as visitors and safer. It's a 2-lane road, which doesn't make sense. Maybe we want it one direction so we're not impacting the neighborhood, but it's also a botanical garden. And so we want to design something that's going to help support and build the scientific mission of the botanical gardens. And what a beautiful place to do it in. And maybe we can house people that'll come on in as interns. You know, we can bring the youth there as part of the leadership and the health and wellness, and entice people into pursuing careers in botany and other things. So I think it could be a really wonderful, wonderful place.
Absolutely. And of course, your reference to climate change impacts as well is so important for Ho'omalahia and other botanical gardens to help in the contribution to mitigation. And I'm assuming in your CIP projects, the comfort station will be addressed?
Because it's cash funds, I think it would be quicker and more cost efficient if we can address it through the master agreements and the types of contracts that we do in-house within our department.
Okay, thank you so much. You and I had discussed potentially to have fees imposed on Ho'omalahia and other botanical gardens. Where is that proposal?
So I think it makes sense to begin with Ho'omalahia, and I want to be clear, we're not talking about charging residents. We would want to follow the model like the state parks uses or Hanauma Bay uses, where residents would be able to come in free. It would mainly be to manage the impacts from tourism so that you would have a managed entry. But in order to do that, we need to develop some facility and online process to be able to work the reservations and check people coming in to make sure that we're able to gather those revenues. So we'll be working with the council as well as BFS and others as we deploy the funding, if it comes through in the budget, on planning for transitioning. And then obviously any transition would have to be done by ordinance through the council for you folks to approve being able to collect entry fees.
So what is the time frame we're looking at?
I'm going to say that's probably a 2-year process.
2-year process. Are we going to see anything this year with regard to the beginning stages for planning?
What we can see is, well, again, what we're talking about is a budget that would begin July 1. So we can start to work on putting together the scope for a planning and design. We've already started talking with DDC about that and in-house. But what we can also do is concurrent with that, we can begin the work under the master contracts and other things to do some physical improvements to the area so people can see a benefit immediately. The roofs of the comfort station are in really bad shape. I think MSS did go in there already and worked on a walking path, and that's another area that we can look at some improvements.
Do you have sufficient funds in the budget, or do you need additional funds to start the planning process?
I think if this budget goes through, we will have sufficient funds.
Thank you so much. With regard to commercial activities, as you know, we have laws on the book on the North Shore, in Kailua and Waimanalo, and I know that your department is contemplating a comprehensive bill island-wide. Number one, I wanted to know what the status of that was, and number two, I want to make sure that that proposal is not going to impact the laws that are in the book.
I'm looking back, I'm not sure if that reached the council chair's office formally, but we did submit a version, and I think it was coming over from the managing director's office. We had promised to get you a bill by the first quarter, so we were squeaking in for the March meeting.
Good to hear, but can you answer the second part at least? Is it going to impact the current laws that are in the books?
Under the bill, the mayor's proposal is to have an island-wide approach, so it would impact the current laws on the books. Ultimately, it's going to be the council that makes the policy call on how to handle it. We're putting the bill in. We know that there's a lot of things in the bill that are going to be subject to change. Some of the proposals we put forward are kind of placeholders to help focus the discussion. But we do encourage an island-wide approach because we feel that that will help with the enforceability. It's very difficult for our staff or for a police officer to understand that in Park A, you can do 1, 2, 3. In Park B, you can do 2 and 4. In Park C, and then and all this is done through the criminal justice system, judges tend to throw a lot of these cases out when they're confusing. And so we think an island-wide approach, while it may not be what people have in some parks today may end up with a more enforceable system that works better for everybody island-wide.
Thank you so much. And I just have 2 comments to close out here. First, I'm excited about your planning process underway for the park rangers. I know both myself and Chair Waters have talked a lot about it. I know it's going to help the Windward side and elsewhere, and just want to help you as much as possible, including for training on the U.S. continent for some of the new hires to be able to go and learn about how other jurisdictions deal with commercial activities and enforcement. And I mentioned before the hearing about the dog park in Kaneohe, very, very excited. And we are, for my colleagues, we are almost finished. It's by Bayview Dog Park. We are working out an easement with the administration and Bayview, and we are trying to align one of the golf courses. It is going to be one of the most beautiful dog parks on the island. So anyway, thank you to your staff and your team for not just that, but for a lot of the CIP projects in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Councilmember Tolba, then Councilmember Say, followed by Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director, for a very insightful presentation. Look, I'm excited. I know my colleagues are excited. I mean, I would love to see one day where the entire island is green and blue and light green. You know, like I'm reading your creating more connections across class lines, either through greater economic integration of our institutions or more opportunities for cross-class social engagements. Looks to be the most promising route to improving rates of upward economic mobility in the U.S. You know, I've said this, I think the first year I came into council when I was the first budget. I wouldn't be honestly sitting here without amazing people in my life in the park and rec. And I know that I spoke to your staff, but I'm talking to the audience because I believe what you presented today is truthful. I wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for amazing guidance from a guy that worked part-time, that had a job, that came in and put his life into helping me develop skills, life skills, that was going to make me a better man today. He was more like a dad than a coach. And I can talk about him. I can talk about the many volunteers after school that came to the Park and Rec to help engage the community. Now, I know we talked, and our parks are open now, most of our parks. Now we got to get this thing activated, and you guys are the ones that know the people in our community. You know, at one time, we would play against kids in Manoa. The baseball field in the back of Kalihi Valley was packed with parents and kids because we were competing with kids from Hawaii Kai, kids from Kaneohe. Yeah, our uniforms was the ugliest because it was a shirt with an iron on, but we were so proud to be representing Kalihi. And what they did was build friendships, set goals. You know, in a perfect world, you know, can you imagine people already dream about coming to Hawaii, the most prettiest place. But then when they come to our parks, the one last place where families can go that's free. But when they come to our parks, the place is immaculate. I go, man, not only Hawaii is beautiful, but our parks is clean. Kids are running, everything that you're saying. So like, I hope if the mayor is watching, the administration, the people in your offices are watching, I wish we could give even more money. Because if this is true and this is insightful, think about how many kids in the next 5 or 10 years, we're talking the last 2 days, if you watching the process, you're going, how do we even make it? How do we everyday people make it in Hawaii. We're finding ways to like, we're cutting here, cutting there, and yet we see that when we get kids and families thriving, we can actually build a community, maybe build young minds to do more than just running in the parks, but this also helps encourage them to want to study in school. So I'm looking at how we can save money. I'm looking at electric. We're spending what, $3 million? We talked about solar. Why can't we put solar on every park gymnasium? Every park, we have over 200 parks. There's the big solar people watching right now. They talk about community engagement. How about you guys go put them up in our parks so we can save some money in the city and maybe buy some uniform for our students and people in the gym. Maybe they would want to come out if they know, man, I'm going to get a free shirt so I can play basketball. So can we? Is there a possibility of saving some money over here? $3 million, putting solar on all our gyms, our park buildings, parking lots. I mean, it's sunny out in Waianae, right? Councilmember Tupola, it's sunny. Man, we can light up this place. We're talking 5 acres. The Hawaiian Electric talked about 5 acres generating megawatts of power. Come on, we can do this. I'm excited about this. I'm excited about the potential. Sorry for getting so passionate, people. Not every time I talk, and when I do, I just, I get excited, especially about this because I know what this can do for many people in my community as well. Sometimes, the people on our side of the island feel so left out in everything, cutting the grass. So I would love to see one day our whole island is green. Okay, let me ask the question on, can you tell us a little bit more about the contractual service for the 5-year review of our EVA development plan?
Are you talking about for the plan for park areas?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yeah.
So I think the EVA development plan is being done by the Department of Planning and Permitting. So what we're talking about in parks is we need a park-specific plan. We want one plan for managing our assets. So, if we can go in and we know a roof needs to be replaced every 20 years, we don't know when all of our roofs were last replaced. We don't know when they were last repaired. We don't know what the condition is. We don't, so we don't have a schedule. So one plan is let's get a schedule. That takes hiring someone to go out, take a look at the roof conditions, work with DDC, get all the information about when, it was last repaired, and to start to build a schedule. And so we'll put that together. The second plan is our beach parks. Some of them are disappearing. Some of them are doing really well. But again, we kind of know which is which, but we don't know for sure. And so where should we be taking a look at property to offset the loss of beach parks? I also want to be taking a look at where are we going to be hit by heat? And do we start to do park things differently in areas that are going to be really hot? Do we bring in our community forestry program to work on trees? Do we put in more water features so kupuna that go to that park can have some shade? Do we have new type of shirts for our staff because they're out there in the day? And is it going to be too hot for them to do? Do we need to have an area where the middle of the day they go for cooling? So that's that kind of plan. We do want to work with you, Councilman, on a third plan, and that would require reprogramming some of the FRF funds. So as you know, the Kapapapuhi, MSS, thank you, redid the bridge there, so we did not have to use FRF funds. We would like to reprogram those to do an equity plan. That was done by another park jurisdiction on the continent, and we'd like to follow that by taking a look at where are our facilities, and cross-reference that with the population and the projected population growth. So where are we missing facilities? But when we're missing facilities, we're also missing programs. So if you don't have a pool, you're not able to teach kids how to swim. You're not able to have, kapuna to have water aerobics or things to keep themselves mobile. You're not able to do a whole bunch of things. So the city has a finite amount of money. Once we have an equity plan, we can identify where do we need to put new facilities and what type. And then what can we do as a department in the meantime, because it takes a while to do CIP, to offer programs to kind of offset the lack of facilities in those areas. So we're hoping to be able to work with you on reprogramming FRF and to be able to do that third plan as well.
And can you give us the status on pools?
Okay, so I'm going to be looking at, shoot, she left. Oh. Sorry, I thought she ducked out. I'm going to be looking at my executive assistant as I've got this. So Pearl City, we have completed so first of all, the CIP was being done by DDC. Mm-hmm. They're working on finishing that. I think they're down to 1, maybe 2 items. And they should be finished April is what we're hoping. Okay. Normally, our department waits until they're done, and then we do the kind of cleanup maintenance work. What we did is said, move over. We're coming in while you're still there. We're going to do this maintenance work so people don't have to wait longer. So we had Noresco come in. They did replace the pool pumps. No? Oh, not yet? Okay, I take that back. Sorry. She's too quiet. Speak up. Oh, okay, so we're doing the prep work, and so we're trying to finish our maintenance work concurrent with DDC so we can reopen up the pool. And then Waipahu, I think you're going to ask about next. What's our schedule on that? Okay, we're going to say April again for Waipahu. We are gunning because I do not want to go a third summer without those kids getting in the water in both those places. Because I'll tell you, I went up there to look at those summer fun programs, and I'm hanging on the gate with them, just sweating. I want to get those kids in the water.
Awesome. And then, lastly, again, I know you guys do so much, and thank you so much for taking care of our community. You guys know, your staff knows who in the community are the ones, the spark plugs. There's people, and if you're watching this, we need your help. You can volunteer to coach. You can volunteer. Is there any way we can do maybe district competition to do this cross thing, I was jealous. I wanted the Manoa's uniform. That was the goal. Maybe one day I'll have a uniform like the Manoa baseball team. Is that a possibility?
So our deputy, Kehaulani Pu'u, is working with the recreation staff, utilizing that FRF federal grant to take a look at our recreation programs, beginning with summer fun, and to work on that type of intentional design to make a difference for youth leadership. This tools that we're giving to, as part of using the federal grant, is training our staff to do intentional backward design. We want a certain outcome. We run types of programs. If we want this outcome, how should we adjust our programs to reach it? That tool could be used. We're starting with a youth program, but it could be used for Kapuna program. It could be used for disability community. It could be used for everybody. It's just a mechanism to be more intentional in your program design. I would love to get to kind of the cross-cultural youth things. I would love to bring back camping. And we have so many places in our city or inventory. I mean, you could take camping up to Ho'omaluhia and have the botanists up there talking with the kids. You could take camping over to Hanama Bay. Pokai Bay is just amazing. And we also have Kualoa, as a cultural site. So there's a lot of things that we could try to do. And maybe as we do them, intentionally mix kids from different jurisdictions so they do start to have those cross socioeconomic connections.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys again, and I look forward to many more discussions on how we can help improve our parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember Say, followed by Councilmember Dupola, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Madam Chair, excuse me, Madam Chair, wow. I thought that presentation was excellent by the council member. But I just wanted to ask 2 questions. In your organizational chart, I really appreciate your ground maintenance division, your recreation service division, and your maintenance support services division. where is the most shortage categories of those three divisions? Where's the most shortage categories of these three divisions? Ground maintenance has been excellent as I walk through Alamana Beach Park to get my exercise. I go to Makiki Park, Cartwright Park, Palolo Park. Ground maintenance is fantastic. Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to know where within these three divisions are your largest shortage categories.
So Director, your biggest vacancies in which division?
Right.
I think by percentage-wise, probably urban forestry,
Okay.
but it's a smaller division.
Right.
So number-wise would be the parks maintenance
Grounds
and
maintenance.
support certain, no, well, I mean the whole PMRS division. I'm taking a quick look at this, the numbers. We're at 18 and 19% vacant for the three different sections within PMRS for the maintenance, support, recreation services, and grounds maintenance. But there's variation between the districts. So
That's
part of that, I think, is right now it's due to there's some movement going on between the districts. I mentioned that 60% of our fills have been external, but 40% have been internal. So I think some of our more established districts, like District 1 and 2, have seen a lot of their staff go over for promotional opportunities in the other districts. So I don't know that what I'm looking at today is actually going to be the same, a month or 2 months from now.
No, I'm not questioning the decision and the authority of the department and you and the deputy. At the end of the day, for this council, Madam Chair, am I correct? The last department for this morning will be Human Resources, or this afternoon?
For the executive capital and operating, yes.
Yeah. Okay. At that point, that's the kind of questions we've been posing to the directors. Are we in the ballpark as far as competing with the state, federal, and private sector for these type of positions that we need? 36,000, and I don't have my calculator as an example. What is minimum wage today? You times that by 8, times that by 20, 5 days a week, etc. All I'm trying to get at, we have to, as a council, review what HR is doing on behalf of all of the departments, because we are losing a lot of positions to the outside. But for grounds maintenance, I wanted to say thank you as far as visiting the parks. Maintenance support services, I thought that's where we had a huge vacancy because it's more of those trade type of occupations. Can we outsource some of it? Like last year when we had the issue from Y&I that the water faucet was broken. They wanted, right, Councilmember Tupola, the water faucet in the park was broken. The residents called. And we didn't have anybody there to fix it or to turn off the valve. All I'm getting at is that every division of your department is great. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just trying to focus where can we support you on the major vacancy shortage position areas.
Councilman, I think the biggest support that you can provide to the department this year would be allow us to keep the PVP.
Yeah. Okay.
Allow us to fill. If we're filling 20 a month on average, we're doing pretty good at bringing people into the department. And I think right now we just want to make sure to get positions filled. Next year, I'd like to have the opportunity to come back to you with some more thoughtful things, because we may need to have some adjustments. You folks supported when we divided District 3 into 2. So that we could get some equity and equipment. But I think what we found when we divided it is not the percentages, but the number of maintenance people was not the same as the kind of the park ratio in other districts. And District 4 may have some challenges too. But first order would be, let's get positions filled, because that's the most important thing right now.
Madam Chair, one final thought is this. Yeah, you can do the recruitment, but what about the retention? You do the training and then they leave after 3-4 years.
And that's why we want the HR 5 specialist. Training is one of our 5 metrics to be able to train our supervisors, our managers, and make sure that we can work on retention strategy, and we want good management and good workplaces.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Councilmember Tupola, followed by Council Chair Waters, followed by Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Budget Chair. Thank you, Director. I loved your presentation. I love that you were talking about leadership. I love the heat map. I love the weaving. Everything was great. Don't worry about Augie and his jersey. I'll get him one. Yeah, he'll be okay. So I just really wanted to go over a few things. And of course, just gratitude, gratitude, gratitude. Parks has been helping us with various outreaches that we're doing within the parks, which has been extremely helpful. Zero pushback. So thank you so much. The first question that, one more thing. And I love that you're getting an HR person so that you can fill your vacancies. Way to be proactive and just make sure your department is taken care of. Good job. So in the budget for the Kapolei Regional Plan, I think it was $645,000. My quick question is because, I had brought up the bathroom that's up in the archery range, and it was something small like cosmetics, pumping the sewage, and then getting a box over the lock so it can't be cut. Is there any way that fits within there? I'm just saying because I've noticed that if I go the same direction you're going, that sometimes our initiatives can pop out. Is there any way that can be incorporated? Is this for a potential gym at the regional? Just if I can have a little clarity there.
Sure. Some of those smaller repairs would fall under things that MSS would be able to do.
Okay,
and so we can take a look at what we could do in-house. We also have building maintenance repair for more Manini repairs. As far as for Kapolei, we had a little bit of money in last year's budget and this year's budget. The Kapolei is our second city, and we are really not built out with recreational facilities to support that area, and that's where we're sending our young families. And it's really hard for a family to deal with the cost of living, the traffic, and also then not be able to get their kids into sports, not be able to get them into swimming lessons, things like that. So there was a plan that was done for, not more of a drawing that was done for Kapolei Regional Park back when Campbell put the property over to the city. But the drawing, that was like 15, 20 years ago. And what we learned in Sherwood Forest is, use patterns change over time. And in Kapolei Regional Park, we have a lot of activities that are permitted there that were not part of that original plan. So we want to first go out and kind of test the current community, current use patterns, and say, what would you prioritize going here? This drawing showed some recreational buildings in repurposed bunkers on the hill. Do you want that? Or should we be taking a look at a gymnasium, and if so, where? And here's what is offered as facilities in the region, and here's why, we kind of think a gymnasium makes sense, but we don't want to impose our view on the community because, like what happened with Sherwood Forest, the community may have their own opinions about what's important. So we want to do that initial touching base to identify the specific capital improvement that the community supports, and then we would go into design and start to design that, and then in future years come back to you for the construction costs, because we think it's important to provide some type of recreational facility in the Kapolei region. In the meantime, if there's some smaller things, CIP is really limited because this is bond funded to improvements that are going to last 20 years. So some of those things that you're talking about, CIP money, it wouldn't be eligible to be used on that. And so we would have to take a look at things like the maintenance support services, the work program, the other operating type of money.
Got it. Thank you for acknowledging that it's growing. That park is busting at the seams every weekend. I'm glad that you mentioned the Clean Water Natural Land Funds is now with the law change possibly going to touch your department. We are working with a group in Ho'akalei and Eva that has a open use, what would you call it, cultural learning center. So I'll reserve my comment when we get farther along with that. In the CGBD category, you brought up Maili Park a couple times, and I know that we had deferred it because it wasn't making as much progress and the monies were going to lapse. So that one in your line item, is that going to be reinserted for this, I think, $5 million expense that you had there?
the 5 projects on the CDBG that have been continued into this fiscal year, so we're completing up other projects in fiscal year '23. And so those are getting completed and getting done. There are 5 projects that we knew because of where they were in the process, we would not complete them in fiscal year '23. So we pushed them to fiscal year '24. And again, that's Baratania, Fern, Kalihiwaena, Maili, and Peter Buck. And I don't have my notes on Maili. Do you recall, is that one going into bid this year? Okay, so our hope is to put that one into bid this year, but let me double check on that. I know when we met with DDC, we were trying to move up the bid schedule, but let me double check on Maili. I think that was on the list of ones that would.
Thank you. That'd be great. I know that the community was really concerned that if they got bumped off the list, they'd never come back. We tried to reassure them that it was the Parks Initiative to bring it back to the CGBD. In this line 1 for Community Development Block Grant Program Park Improvements, the $5 million, the list that you said, is that what gets the $5 million, or are there additional ones that are included in this $5 million?
It would be this 5. There are other projects that are moving forward with fiscal year '23 project funds at different parks. And as far as the reason to push it back is under the federal requirements for CDBG, you have to complete the project in a year.
Right.
So if we know we're not going to complete it, it's like, let's push it back, but let's get it, bid out and get it done. So yes, we intend to complete it, and Maili is irrigation, ADA improvements, and comfort station improvements.
Great, that's awesome. In regards to your heat map outlining the income levels for the areas, obviously in my area, it's pretty low income area. I think that we would qualify not only because of that, but because of sea level rise, climate change. There is a road in Makaha built over the sand, right? So the main highway is built over the sand. And multiple times, so when Representative Kahele was in office, I tried to get some funding there because, the federal government's putting out a lot of sea level rise and climate change funds. So it didn't end up getting awarded to us, but it's something I wanted to put on your radar since I've heard you speak about it. It sounds like you're trying to go for federal grants. There already is a old city plan that realigned the road more close to the mountain so that it wasn't going over the sand. Now, only a couple times did the water get all the way to the road, but it's just with the changing pattern of the waves, depends on how big the winter waves are on whether or not the water reaches it. People in Makaha still want to make sure that that road actually gets moved back and not stays where it is. Would that be something that we could possibly work together with your department on the federal grant, or I could reach out to Representative Tokuta's office and try again on the federal level?
I would defer, because again, we're not engineers and we don't do road projects, so I would defer to DTS on that. The type of work that we're talking about for the heat is for the community forestry, we can work with the private property owners on planting more trees in their community to help with the heat. We can work with the parks to put in more heat. We can take a look at, there's a lot of shade type of improvements that are done in various park things to make areas usable and so they don't heat up too much in the middle of the day. Do we need to start incorporating those? And then also, again, for our staff that's out there and the community that's out there, we want to make sure that people have water, that they've got areas to go to get out of the sun, things like that. So that's what we would be concentrating on.
Understood. Yeah, I'll talk to them. It's just hard because the park is part of it, meaning that the road goes through the middle of the park. So it's behind it, it's in front of it. So I think somehow it would have to be all of us actually talking about it. Federal level, DOT, which Ed is definitely willing to help where he can. They're realigning, they're moving the bridges back, they're restructuring it. But again, the park itself is why the master plan was drawn with DPR in mind in redoing how the park looks. But I'll try to make some progress on the federal level. The next question I had was in regards to, in Kalailoa, I know we were getting close to signing the agreement with the National Parks Division so we could have extra park in that area. How is that contract going?
So the Navy had been doing a more recent environmental review because there was a requirement under the federal level. The EPA is taking a look at those forever chemicals, that suite of chemicals known as PFAS. Well, whether some of those had been used on any of their properties. Apparently, this is a national review they've had to go through. So we've had some verbal discussion about this, and we're hoping to move it into more than verbal. But apparently, on a portion of the property, the Navy's going to have to continue to go investigate the PFAS levels in the area. And so we may not be able to look at a portion of the property, but there are other, it's not necessarily all contiguous. There are other areas that might be able to be transferred. And so what the city needs to examine now is something that, you know, are they far enough away from the area that we would want to take a look at a transfer and kind of understand what the Navy's obligations are going to be for the area that does have the history associated with it. So I think we're in, we want to start to move forward with those discussions. Ideally, I would love to see again, because this is a region that needs more recreational opportunities. We have a beach park down there. The comfort station's been taken offline because it's, I think, on a cesspool and needs to be upgraded. We cannot invest capital improvement projects on property where we don't have title.
Right.
Because the bond councils won't let us. So, you know, I would love to be able to kind of take some things like that and be able to make some short-term investment, you know, I mean, some more immediate turnaround to improve recreational opportunities for people in that area while we kind of work out some of the other things.
Yeah, that'd be great to do portions of it because it's a huge parcel that could potentially really add to recreational opportunities for the community. Lastly, in regards to funds that fund your department, on the administration's bill, the long one, in regards to their source of funds for capital projects, they do have the Parks and Playground Fund at $1.4 million. Does your department access these funds?
So these are monies when there is a development in an area under an ordinance. The developer may, for large developments, they may contribute land for a park. For smaller developments, they may contribute cash based on a formula under an ordinance. The money by law has to go to parks in kind of a priority series in the region close to the development because it has to serve that development that's contributed to it. So what we do is when we have a project in that area, we will pull funds from the Parks and Playground instead of bonds to supplement that project. But if you have, say, $50,000 in a park and playground fund for a park, that's not going to support a standalone CIP. CIP is much more than $50,000. We cannot use it for the, you know, cash type of repair and maintenance that we do. It has to go to CIP.
Right.
So what we do is we tend to you know, focus on projects that are going on in that area and then use that to supplement the CIP funds.
Did you guys use any of that this past year?
You know, I'd have to go back to BFS, but I think we did use some in McCully, but I can't remember.
Okay. I can ask them. I know former council member Elefante actually had a resolution about it. He wanted it to be used more. So I'll try to write a memo to BFS and get exactly where these monies can be expended. I don't know actually if any of it pertains to my community, but I wanted to know if it did. We still have concerns that we want to see a playground go up at Kaupuni Park. I know the community is going to bring it up at the mayor's town hall next week. And so I just wanted to see what funds and where we could tap for, you know, other projects that we want to see happen. Okay, I'll get with them on that. Other than that, Director, you know, I utilize so many of you guys' parks. My kids play ball everywhere. So I get to see everything. I was at I think it's Kaulono Park, anyways, in Diamond Head till 9 last night. We go to Kalakaua, they play ball there. So just kudos to you and your staff. Everyone very friendly. Anything we can do to help, we're here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we have Council Chair Waters, followed by Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you. You know, I just want to echo what Councilmember Tolbo was saying about how important your department is. You know, many of us may not live in a beautiful house and even have space to have our family and friends over, but we go to the parks, right, where we can exercise, recreate, congregate, right? And it's so important. And even it's not just about sports, too. But that's super important too, because what the kids are learning, they're not just learning how to catch and throw, but they're learning leadership, like you said, right? Respect for your coaches, right? Learning that the more you put into something, the more you get out of it, right? It's so important. And I agree. And to the extent that we can help you figure this out, that's what we're here for. But at the same time, at a very minimum, we cannot do anything unless the parks are clean, accessible, and usable. One of the first times Augie took me driving around in his district, you got these beautiful spaces that were just not even used, right? That ball field across from the railroad tracks, all bus up, right? Bathrooms that are clean and usable, right? I can't tell you how many bathrooms in my district, and probably everybody's district, that people are scared to even go in the bathroom. One, because got water on the floor, toilet paper, whatever, all over the place, right? You don't even want to walk in there. And then you got homeless people in there too, taking shower in the sink, right? We all have that in every one of our districts. So to the extent that we can do that first, right? That's why I wanted to ask about vacant positions. I know you got 191 vacant positions, which makes up about 27% of your department, which is pretty huge. And kind of following up on what Councilmember Say is talking about, and I'm just guessing, right? If you look at each of your departments, and I'm part of your department, and I'm looking at the, the budget book, if you could provide, and you have to do it today, but within urban forestry, you said it's a smaller department, but still you get 104 positions there. Maintenance and support services, 88 positions. Recreation services, 212 positions, and grounds maintenance, 509. I'm just guessing the bulk of this 191 vacant positions got to be in ground maintenance, right?
So our ground maintenance vacancy rate is 18.82. Our recreation services vacancy rate is 19.01. Our maintenance support services vacancy rate is 18.18. Our horticultural services vacancy rate in urban forestry is 29.50, down from 35. Our botanical garden vacancy rate is 19.68. And our executive services vacancy rate, which is the administrative support offices, has actually gone up to 29.82%. That's the smallest division. But as I mentioned, our ASO left and our executive services division administrator left. But that's our...
Appreciate that. How many of these vacant positions have been vacant for over 10 years?
Chair, I know on the state level, I can see that, and I don't see that in the printouts that we have now, but that is a really good question. But I can tell you from the positions that we're filling now, the vacancy rate in urban forestry was much higher for a long time. And I think on the landscape and nursery section especially, they hadn't filled for a long time. So we were gunning to fill those and had made a big turnaround in that. I think on the park maintenance and recreation services, my guess is we haven't had long lags in filling positions. Because I know what they do for the grounds maintenance, they do mass interviews. So what they'll bring in is they'll have, 20, 40 people apply, and they'll set up interview teams, they'll interview them, they'll create an internal list, and then every opening, they'll just go to that list and they'll offer it. So they've been very efficient on filling positions. And then DHR has embraced that. We're now doing that with the recreation services, and then also with the urban forestry entry-level positions. So it's been a very effective way of filling. But again, going back to your original question, my guess, I don't have it in front of me, but that the longer-term vacancies have been within urban forestry and not within parks maintenance and recreation services.
Okay, I mean, that's positive, and I'm impressed that you were able to fill 107 positions out of the 140 that you prioritized, but yet the vacancy rate seems to be about the same. So while we're filling the vacant positions, people are still leaving. And I'm just wondering if that's because of the salaries, right? I mean, you can't really support your family on $37,000 a year. I mean, hopefully you have at least two earners within the household. But even then, that's 60% AMI. So it's just a theory of mine that even though we are funding the collective bargaining, that somehow we have to raise that rate. And the reason why I ask of how many positions you have vacant over 10 years, if we just delete those positions, take the amount of money that we would save, but put it right back into your department. Won't take it away, but allow you to use it to fund your priorities, whatever those may be. And you know, as I just mentioned earlier, my priority would be clean, accessible, usable parks, including the restrooms, right? I mean, just the thought, being creative here. I know you're asking for, I believe, $19 million more than we funded last year. And most of that is collective bargaining, right? I think my notes show that it's 12 million of the 19 is collective bargaining, which is something we got to do. Wish we could even pay more, right? Talking about socioeconomic, right? Part of that is, as you mentioned, you have employees at the Parks Department who live in those areas that are orange. To the extent that we can pay them more, I'd certainly love to work with you on that. But what do you think about that idea? Take away the vacant positions that have been vacant over 10 years. Don't take that money away from parks, though. Put it back into parks. Because honestly, if it's been vacant for 10 years, seriously, you really think that you're going to be able to fill these?
So, Chair, I guess I'm a little confused. If the priority is cleaning the bathrooms and keeping the parks clean, and I don't think we've had ground maintenance positions vacant for 10 years, but let's say we did, and you sweep and close out those positions and say you'll give us the money, how do we keep the bathroom? I mean, are you talking about privatizing the services?
No, not at all. I mean, clearly you're doing it now, right? Well, you tell me.
Well, again, I think we've been doing
aren't being filled.
Our positions are being filled. And so, as I mentioned, you know, we're going through about 20 a month in filling positions. Our vacancy rates on every section, with the exception of horticulture and executive services, which are relatively small, our vacancy rates are below 20%. We're in the 18, maybe 19% range. And we've brought them down in a 5-month period. And we've continued to bring them down. Just from the data I'm reading to you, in April, we have 19 additional ones filled and an additional 47 that are close to being filled. We're going to areas, we're recruiting, we're filling. Again, I don't think the PMRS positions have been vacant for 10 years. I think in some of the Duff cases, they have been vacant for some time, but we are filling now, because, you know, that is a priority and we want to get that work done. So for us, in order to make parks clean, in order to have the tree crews there to go catch the tree that came out of Foster Garden and shut down the area, you know, in order to be able to do that, we need the positions filled.
I agree. I know you rattled off a lot of numbers. Could you just put it in a memo to us, letting us know how many vacant positions in each division of your department, and then how long they've been vacant? That would be super helpful. Hey, I want to move on to your CIP budget.
Sorry, Chair, I just got handed something from my staff, so we will be happy to put it in a memo for you, but she just passed me a note that said our oldest vacant position is dating back to 2015.
Terrific.
But everything else is, you know, newer than that and probably a lot newer, but we can get you information.
That'd be super helpful. Thank you. Now I'm looking at your CIP budget. You know, it's $55 million. Of the $55 million, it looks like $27 million was for preservation and conservation lands. And it says phase L and X. $27 million. One, where does that come from? And can you just expand a little bit about what that is?
So I think about 10 years ago or so, the City and County of Honolulu passed a charter amendment that created a land preservation and conservation land fund. The city at that time was copying the state legacy land fund. And so it wanted a fund where there was going to be a certain percentage of revenue that the city received from property tax every year that would go into this fund for the purpose of purchasing real estate or acquiring a real estate interest for set purposes. So agriculture, recreation, preservation, conservation, and I think there were some other ones listed. That same year that charter amendment was passed, I think there was an amendment that created the housing fund. So I think it's 0.5% of the property tax revenue goes into the city land conservation fund, and a set percentage goes into the housing fund. This fund by charter is limited to that purpose of the acquisition of a real estate interest for those purposes. We did work with the commission, the Land Preservation Commission this last year, and they supported, because they're a little frustrated that the amount of the fund has built up, and they would like to see more things done with it too. So they supported putting a charter amendment on the ballot that the voters passed this last general election. The people who had advocated for creating the fund don't want to see it wholesale shifted to maintenance, so they advocated to keep the bulk of the fund for the acquisition of the interest, because when you are acquiring property, it tends to be pretty expensive. So that's like the Trust for Public Lands, other groups like that. So what everybody agreed to was to support an amendment that would allow up to 5% of the fund in any given year to be used for maintenance or improvements of land acquired with that fund for the purpose of public access. So we worked with them to make sure that any maintenance money from the fund goes to support public access to lands, because in some cases they're like a development easement, and it's not necessarily open to the public.
So you're talking about the Clean Water Natural Lands Fund?
Correct.
I see. Okay, and that's in your budget.
For some reason, the CIP dollar figure is in the parks budget. We don't manage the money. It's the commission
Right.
works with BFS. But
Right.
yeah, so it kind of artificially inflates our total
Yeah,
CIP
that's
amount.
what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, I mean, it says here 55 million, but you just back out the 27 million, you really were doing $28 million of
A little less
CIP.
when you back out the
Yeah,
non-point
okay.
source. Yeah, so we're
Oh.
about 25.
Okay, that makes more sense now. Thank you for the clarification. Out of the 25 million that's left in the CIP budget, all these projects have been approved by the administration?
Correct, this is the administration budget.
Awesome. Okay, equipment, 542,000. Is that enough money to support what you folks need? That seems kind of low.
No, it is not enough, and I'm sure you don't often hear that. But we have that is in the operating budget, so we were able to get the 500,000 in the operating budget. We also have a equipment CIP budget.
Okay.
Because the city will issue shorter-term bonds for major equipment purchases. So on pages, try to find it here, of pages 21 and 20 of the CIP budget in the presentation, there's an additional $2,442,700 for equipment, and it lists the equipment in that.
I see. Okay, so the 542,000, that's cash, and the others is CIP. Okay,
So
that makes
we're
sense.
totaling a little over 3 million.
And then lastly, just following up on what Councilmember Tolbo was talking about, dealing with solar, You know, the community colleges hired, I think it was Johnson Controls, who put solar panels over the parking lots and then sell back the electricity to the community colleges at a much reduced rate. So he's kind of onto something, I think. And kind of like what Councilmember Say has been talking about with the rail stations, putting the same thing. We're trying to encourage HART to do that. So is this something you're open to?
We are working on that. That is our Noresco contract. So we put that out to bid, and we ended up selecting Noresco rather than Johnson Controls. So they've been doing the projects that's in the initiative number 5 that we proposed, where we began, rather than solar panels, we were thinking, you know, our pools, the equipment there is so old. You know, we're out there, it's like some cases you can't even get parts, you're having to duct tape, things have to be shut down, there's a lot of issues with it. So that, we were able to replace the pool pumps and chlorine generators with that energy savings contract because it's going to save us water and utility and chemical bills. So that's where we came up with the 170 projects at 49 parks for water and energy savings. We now want to go into a negotiation with Noresco about phase 2. What other additional improvements could we do for energy and utility savings? And again, we want to maximize benefits, because if we can get the energy savings and the park improvement coupled together, we're getting a twofer, or maybe even a threefer, you know, for each of the projects that they're doing. So, you know, if we had to go replace those pool pumps through the traditional CIP system, that would be easily a 15-year project or longer, and we're able to get it done in 1 to 2 years.
Terrific. And just looking at slide 14, so utility costs across the board is almost 14 million?
Sounds about right. Let me just double check. It is frightening.
On their current expenses. So you think next year we're going to see a reduction in utility costs from the Parks Department?
You should see a reduction in utility costs, but again, the improvements leading to the reduced utility costs have to be paid off. And so that's that budget initiative number 5, is we would need to be doing an annual payment to Noresco for doing those improvements and pay that off over a series of years. We do have a third party, similar to DDC, Johnson Control contract, that's going to be evaluating, are the utility bills going down at the rate of the payments to them? But that's. But
the payment to Noresco would be, I mean, I think what the community colleges do is Johnson Controls spends the money setting up the panels, and they incur that cost. And the community colleges buy the electricity from them, because they're selling the electricity to the utility, but they're selling it to us at us meaning the taxpayer, at a lower rate. And I have to look into it, because honestly I don't know the details of it. But my understanding is that the vendor is paying for the capital costs of setting up the system.
Well, it would be interesting to learn more about that contract. We're certainly open to a myriad of ways of reducing things like utility costs, coupled with ways to improve parks. I don't think we can work through the traditional CIP process and be able to meet the needs of fixing up the aging infrastructure in our parks. And so we have to come up with as many, you know, creative ideas as possible. So we are always open to that.
Yeah, and the idea really would be taking the savings from the utilities and putting it right back into the parks. But okay, terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Mahalo, Chair. And just quickly, I was going to ask. Well, first, I want to say mahalo, of course, to all of your staff again, but particularly District 4. You know, we had great success up at Waile'i Beach, and appreciate all the hard work that went in there. Jason, Pat, Kim, Desiree. And on a kind of separate note, I was just curious on the Adopt a Park program, what's kind of the update on that and where is it going? And the only reason I ask is because obviously as we're struggling to fill positions, maximizing resources, just wondering what potential community partnerships could look like.
So we were able to work with CORE to kind of standardize certain Adopt-a-Park agreements to make them more efficient for community groups. So if you're coming in to do a one-day cleanup of an improved park, we have one system that's already kind of pre-approved.
Perfect.
If you're coming in for an Adopt-a-Park to do cleanups on a regular basis or certain activities that are pretty standard on a regular basis, we have another form that's already pre-approved, and we can go through that. If you want to come in and do an Adopt-a-Park that's a little bit different, or you want to come in and build a capital improvement at a park, that's something that we would have to start to, have more discussion with. Part of the generational change we've been undergoing, the gentleman who was in our Adopt-a-Park coordinator position did retire. We have a half-time contract person who is wonderful, works well
Agreed.
with many people in the community. He's currently finishing up school, and we're going to be trying to fill the coordinator position.
Okay.
So,
Okay, and I noticed you said improved, so in addition to capital improvement projects, an unimproved Adopt-a-Park's a little more complicated.
and unimproved land is more complicated from the legal liability because we don't maintain it. So you're walking into an area that may have hidden hazards. It may have, needles. It may have, other things. There's other unimproved land that really isn't that way. I mean, you would look at it and you would think, I thought that was part of the park. But so that's where we have to have more of the specific discussions. What does the group want to do? How, what are the potential hazards on the property? The courts have thrown out waivers or assumption of risk when they felt that people weren't fully warned about hidden hazards. So that's where we're trying to work with CORE to develop a different type of agreement. But because, unimproved land spans a really, wide variety of places, it's kind of hard to standardize. So, that's where I think we have to work more specifically with people.
Yeah, because I think Waila is just one example, but an example where, oftentimes what's going on the property maybe just gets shifted to another parcel somewhere else, like maybe to state land, and then maybe it'll come back. And then if it's activated, understanding all the legal challenges, activated in a way where the community can keep an eye on it, keep it, take care of their community like they want to do, it can help, maintain it in the long term. So that's the reason I ask, because I'm sure it applies in other areas as well. But if there's a community group that's interested in, say, adopting an unimproved area, you're saying it is potential now, or we're waiting on a memo from CORE, or
we're working with those requests on a park by park basis.
Okay.
Just because of the nature of unimproved lands, we do not have a standard agreement for unimproved lands because of some of the challenges. It would require more upfront discussion with any community group about exactly what it is they want to do and the frequency, and then we could work out an agreement. We are a little hampered right now because the wonderful gentleman who's working half-time, that half-time is basically out at events.
Yeah.
So we don't have anybody currently in the position that can work with CORE on, writing up agreements for new groups.
Okay. So would the best point of contact be at the district level, or the CORE assigned to parks, or anyone in particular to initiate the conversation, or yourself? I mean,
I think because we've had conversations before with groups, maybe what we need to write up is what information does the group need to provide in order for us to have the details for CORE. But a lot of times a group will come to us and just say, oh, we want to do stuff here. Well, what?
Yeah.
And CORE needs them to articulate exactly what are you talking about doing. So you could work with community groups. You and I can talk about this in general, and you could go back and see if they can start to define what it is they want to do. Sometimes, a group is pretty structured and organized and can carry through things, but a lot of other times it's kind of like, I don't, and then we can't get that through CORE.
No, I hear you. Hopefully that's something, in our role we can help with too. So really appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay. I'm not going to ask any questions because you're now officially 2 hours in. Okay. Well, I really want to appreciate you for your presentation and for your endurance, or stamina, I should say. Okay. With that, we are moving forward with the next.
Chair, I'm sorry, just again, thank you for the opportunity.
Yes.
And I do want to recognize all of the department staff and managers behind me and all the hard work that they do. I'm really glad that they could join me today and work with you and hear the good things that you have to say about them as well. And that's greatly appreciated. Mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, next we will have Department of Community Services. And if you wish to review their presentation, it is Departmental Communications 176, 2023. 176, 2023. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, Director Kucky, we're ready for you. Welcome. Thank you. You may proceed.
You ready? Okay. Well, good morning, Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Weyer, and honorable City Council members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our fiscal year 2024 budget to you and to the Oahu community. I'm Anton Krucky, Director of the Department of Community Services, and I'm here with my deputy, Mr. Edward Ospanos, the city's Early Childhood Resource Coordinator, and other members of my executive team. So who are we at DCS? We really look at ourselves like a star in the middle of the city, not in terms of how we pronounce ourselves, but how we work together in the corner and core of a star. And then from there, we branch out into our specialties. And as we branch out into our specialties, at the point of the star is a community member. And I think last week you saw a presentation from Lei Nakamura, and she showed you pictures of those community members. And that's where we, when we talk about the activities we're doing internally, then we try to look at the end of the stars and what we can deliver and what we can do for the people of our island. So DCS has 5 divisions and an administrative office. This is a high-performance team of professionals who are committed to improving the lives in residents through community services and assisting in driving economic revitalization of our community. So this STAR concept is a different branding for DCS, and what it allows us to do versus when our deputy director and myself came to the organization is to bring our executive team together and their teams into one unit in the middle before we branched out, as opposed to having 5 divisions working separately to the things they were doing. And again, with that attitude of knowing the faces of individuals and families that we serve. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 24 is $154,118,282. We're a highly leveraged department that utilizes federal and state funding to maximize a much smaller city investment to a high degree of delivery. At the center of our star, reaching outwards, are the administration office, whose budget is less than 1% of the total budget at $811,000. And Edward and myself benefit and rely on the work of Brian Blue, our ASO. The Office of Grants Management manages the City Council Grants and Aid program. It makes up about 7.51% of the total budget, and in fiscal year 24 will receive $10.6 million in grants aid funding, which will support approximately 67 grants. This group is led by Shane Akaji, will be in front of you upcoming in this season with the Grants and Aid program proposals. I would also add that under Shane's leadership, He's also helped manage the development of the mayor's vision on early childhood resource effort and the service provider relief efforts for nonprofits that have suffered financial losses due to the pandemic, really outside of the normal Office of Grants and Aid. The Community Assistance Division is 59.42% of the total budget at $91,572,484. $80.7 million federal funding supports over 3,900 Section 8 family unification, HUD and VASH, and emergency housing vouchers. The Community Assistance Division really comprises the largest amount of funding that flows through our division. I'd like to note that Gail Kaito, administrator for this division and longtime city professional, has recently retired. We will miss her. Deputy Director Edward Losbanos and myself will administer this division during our recruitment and hiring. The Community-Based Development Division is 12.54% of the total budget at $19,327,378. This division, under the leadership of Darrell Young, manages the $15.4 million in homeless initiatives outlined in the city budget that was submitted last week by administration. $11.5 million in Housing First Initiative, $1.5 million in the Hale Mauliola, $1.4 million in homeless investment partnerships coming in with rental assistance, and then $1 million to support the Punavai Rest Stop. In addition, they manage the Affordable Housing Fund solicitation, CBDG grants, and manage funding for our community sort programs implemented by our service providers. The Elderly Affairs Division is 11.67% of our total budget at $18 million. $13.8 million in state and federal funds for subrecipient grants provides assistance services to help approximately 40,000 older adults remain in their homes and age in place. The division, under the leadership of Derek Ariyoshi, did incredible work during the pandemic, serving our most vulnerable population. Dynamics in this population are changing, though, and we look forward to presenting an informational briefing to the council to support where the dynamics are going in our community and what we're doing in this division to kind of go to where we're going to be and what we're going to do in terms of a reorganization, and finally to support the Older Americans Act of 1965 and the city and county being an age-friendly city. The Work Hawaii Division is 8.33% of the total budget at $12.8 million. $12.2 million in federal and state funding addresses the workforce needs of at least 1,000 employers and assists 5,000 individuals securing employment, transitioning to new careers, and attaining new job skills. Our federal funding at $1.6 million supports rent subsidies for 100 qualified renters participating in the Rent to Work program. Many of you heard from Lei Na'ala Nakamura last week about their alignment with the Workforce Investment Act, and also what they're doing in their division and the passion they have for the contributions to the city. So DCS has 10 main funds that we use for our mission, which includes federal and state funds, city special restricted funds, and general funds. The largest fund is the federal state Section 8 voucher fund at 57%. There are currently 3,900 families being supported with Section 8 vouchers. We recently opened up applications and had over 13,000 applications for the next phase. The green pie includes the amount of general funds from the city that we use in DCS, which is only 18% of our budget. Of that 18%, 7% are dictated to grants and aid. The remaining funds are used predominantly for homeless initiatives and also to fund the administrative salaries and operating costs to maintain and supplement the programs that fall under the federal and state funds. Of the 11% of general funds, almost 7% of that fund falls into the homeless program service providers. The other 4% are needs for special needs housing maintenance and the staff salary and operational needs. DCF funds have been increased over $20 million for FY24. This is primarily due to increase in federal funds for FY24. The following increases are noted. Section 8 in emergency housing vouchers is $14 million additional dollars. State funds for Housing First rent vouchers and case management, $1.4 million, and increase in grants and aid fund at $1.3, which makes up most of the delta between the two fiscal years. Therefore, after reductions in program cost increase, the overall delta in our budget is 16.4%, an increase in $21,746,544. This represents only $1,765,693 in general funds. The key items for the general funds additions are 910 have been put into our budget for Waikiki Vista to engage the affordable housing component of that. So we are tasked with getting the affordable housing in place there. It may or may not stay in our budget going forward afterwards. $261,000 for HONU staffing to increase that. And we are also in other programs outside of our budget looking for a second HONU site. And then $155K in early childhood staffing. So moving on to our department's authorized position count, we have a total of 278 positions for fiscal year '24. 37% of our positions are defined as temporary, and this is due to the positions being grant funded and also just the nature of the process. Example, if a position is linked to a fund and the fund changes, we might need to convert or charge it to another program. Temporary and contract positions need to be renewed each year. That said, Deputy Director Loswanis and myself have personally been heavily involved in staffing. Last year, we had a significant number of retirements, transfers, and individuals moving on. In spite of that, we are beginning to make headway. We are trying to staff to where the organization is heading, not just filling. All of that within the challenges of a city system in staffing. Of the 278 positions, there are 152 vacant positions. Of the 152 vacant positions, 14 are planned to be filled by July 1st of this year. Of the 138 left, 30 are planned to be filled in FY24. Of the 108 vacant positions, 70 will not be filled due to insufficient grant funds. These would be positions that we created in a grant that we're no longer getting that grant, but we keep the position there in case grants shift so that we don't have to create a new position. Of the 38 positions, vacant positions, none will be abolished. We'll hold those. And so what we have to manage to is these 38 positions in FY24. There are situations where we can't leave vacant positions in place. A couple of where we leave vacant positions in place. A couple of examples would be the example I just gave where we create positions for a grant and we no longer have the grant, but it's expeditious of us to keep the position for future grants and creating a position rather than creating a position at that time. Another example would be where a person is promoted in the city, but we are required to hold that position open until they go to a time period in their new position in case they want to return to the older position. So what the administration calls budget issues, which I call opportunities, these are the items we've added into the initial budget that was submitted. So DCS would like to fund some office supplies for the low-income transit fare program. So DCS has been asked to be the authorizers for the low-income individuals that apply for the fares through the Department of Transportation Services. So we need some funding to do that, so we're not using someone to come over off of a federal fund to do a city program. Also, in Chapter 11, Section 1.2 establishes a child care coordinator whose duty shall be to help implement the policies contained in Section 11(1-1) in our system. The Planner 7 is to act as the early childhood resource coordinator, which fulfills this requirement. The early childhood resource coordinator will implement the city's early childhood strategy and is one of the mayor's priorities. In support of the mayor's vision, DCF would like to add an early childhood coordinator and a secretary to the Office of Grants Management to oversee the early childhood resource program and implement the city's early childhood strategies. We would also like to fund some office supplies for that group, including computer equipment for added staff. And I know that you'll have presentations later, but I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to Ted Burke, the City and County's Early Childhood Research Coordinator, to share just a little bit of his vision going forward. Ted?
Thank you, Anton. Thank you, council members. I'm excited that the city is taking a look at an opportunity to create early childhood positions and have a place in what's happening in early childhood here in Hawaii. I think the vision that the mayor and I
Sorry,
have
Ted,
talked
can I
about.
have you introduce yourself? Because Olelo needs, not Olelo, but our Access Media team needs to hear your name so they can type it out.
Sure. I'm
Thank you.
Ted Burke, and I'm the Early Childhood Coordinator.
Thank you.
Sure. I think the vision that the mayor and I have talked about is that all children and families on Oahu should have equal access to high-quality early learning opportunities and early childhood opportunities. And I think this leads to so many benefits for the individual child, for the family who wants to get back into the workforce, for preparing kids who are more ready to begin school. And I think with the positions that are represented here, I think it's a first start in looking at ways that we can leverage city and county resources, align policies, and create a strategy that is in alignment with a lot of the initiatives that are taking place at the state level and at the private level right now around early childhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ted. Ted will be presenting some of these programs to the council going forward as well. DCS would also request to fund the operating costs for the Waikiki Vista operation that I mentioned before. This project will support homeless initiative programs. As I described, this has been placed in our budget to initiate the bringing forth of the strategy and the contracts for managing the property and putting those in place. The budget may or may not stay in DCS depending on how those efforts are finalized. In addition, we request additional support for the homeless initiative program that we have with DCS, where we'd like fund some fringe costs for the HONU operations. And this operation is the one where we have the temporary triaging shelter that moves around the island, and we're also looking to expand that activity. But that operation has moved over from HPD to DCS, and there's some pieces in that whole transition that we need some additional funding to operate. Outside of the budget for DCS, we are exploring the establishment of a second HONU operation. So that's our operational budget. In the capital budget, the Affordable Housing Fund program houses the Affordable Housing Strategic Development Fund. The purpose of this program is to provide and maintain affordable rental housing for persons earning 60% AMI or less in the median household income for the city through acquisition, development, construction, or capital or rehabilitation programs. The rental housing must remain affordable for at least 60 years. This fund is from annual property tax allocations. DCS will use the affordable housing funds for the renovation and/or development of low-income affordable housing, which may be administered or managed by the city and county of Honolulu or in conjunction with private, nonprofit, or private developers. So we have coming out, we announced last year an affordable housing fund that had built up quite a bit. We have coming out an announcement in this first half of the year that'll utilize the FY23 Affordable Housing Fund. We're going to add to it state, local, and federal relief funds to that. And then we're going to also add some home improvement partnerships money so that we can really have for the city a home run of another addition to affordable housing that we can add. We're looking for that to be upward around $40 million going out. The Federal Entitlement Grants Program contains 3 federal fund pots. These appropriations represent programmatic funds that DCS uses to contract nonprofit providers to deliver services, households experiencing homelessness, households that need affordable housing, and households living with AIDS. So that concludes my presentation at this time, and we'd be happy to take any questions you have, and we appreciate you listening to our presentation.
Thank you, Director Krucky. Members? Okay, all right. Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Mahalo, Chair, and mahalo, Director, for being here, and to your team. I didn't catch all of it. Could you give the breakdown you were giving earlier about the funds going to homeless services? I know you said $1 million is going to Punawai.
Yeah, so in the budget that the mayor submitted last week, he talked about his emphasis on homeless programs, and he had $15.4 million in there.
Okay.
And of that $15.4 million, 11.5 goes to the Housing First Initiative, 1.5 to Hale Maliola, 1.4 in homeless investment partnerships. That's like rent subsidies and relief. right? And then $1 million to support the Punavai rest stop.
Okay.
Now, the rest stop has been very successful, and we want to support its operations. And we've been working with the council, too, to look at other areas in the island that we could either do that with CBDG acquisitions or community redevelopment funds.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. So that's the 15.4 would be the general funded programs from the budget.
No, not all of it is. Some of it comes out of federal funds, but it just talks about the homeless initiatives encompassing 15.4 million.
I see. So ESG is in that amount, or that's a separate amount?
Yeah, it's a separate amount in another pot that I talked about later.
I see. Okay.
But I just wanted, since the mayor's budget articulated 15.4, I wanted to tell you what portions of that were the 15.4.
Thanks.
We expect to invest a lot more than that, both from our budget and outside of our budget.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Thanks for clarifying. So when we're looking at the Honu program expenses, those were for, you said fringe, to increase fringe benefits, or is that also for new, like, direct service staff, or?
Well, it was kind of difficult for us in getting the budget coming over to understand all the pieces that we had to pay the individuals. And so now Daryl and his team are trying to make that up. And, we've taken some funds from different places to do that. And this kind of cleans up that transition. There was also a transition period from when we started taking over Honu and had to pay for it, and we weren't getting reimbursed yet. So we still have some funds left in the state contract for that. And then we're also looking at SLRF dollars for a second Honu.
Okay. Well, where is the reimbursement coming from again?
Comes from the state, the Ohana Zone.
Okay, and so that's paying for the current staff for Honu?
Mostly, but it turns out that there are some edges that it didn't.
Yeah. So after the federal funds are used, do we have like a long-term plan for that switching over to our like general funded positions, or are we not there yet?
Yeah, I think we have till 26 to get there. And
Okay.
I think what we want to do is, Honu is an activity that we test the communities with, where we communicate to them and they come on board on bringing it forward. So we'd have to see. Right now it seems like we want more than one. So we're going to try to go to 2, and then we'll see how that plays out in the communities. And then we'll come back and we'll strategize with you, giving us the feedback from the communities on how to go forward.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I think a part of what I'm wondering too is what areas the city should be investing general funds into this area, right? Because of course we're maximizing and leveraging the state funds we get, the federal funds that we get, the money that we put in. And so I wanted to ask, in terms of the administrative costs for some of the providers that we have. I think at the last committee, or 2 committees ago actually, it might have been, we talked about the mechanisms for providers that are, say, doing ESG to get some of those reimbursements through indirect costs or through, doing direct services themselves. I'm wondering, is there a need to look at paying for administrative costs just generally in this space, or are there already mechanisms outside ESG, but in terms of homeless services, for these providers to be accessing funding to not just do the direct services, but also cover their administrative costs? And I ask not for any particular provider. I think as we go forward, try to identify how do we meet the needs across the island, and finding organizations to step up. Is there a need there? And I don't know if that's you or Ms. Young or any administrators, but.
Well, I think that's a very good point, and it touches on multiple situations. And I think to answer your question, yes, there is a need. But I think the need comes in how organizations structure their response to our bids, right? And how they respond, so they put the administrative costs in the bid so they can then go after it. When they don't do that, then they come back later and there isn't any administrative money for them to go to. In our SLRF money, we're asking for some money for some education, so we can do some work to both educate the service providers and also the city sites. We can process this stuff quicker. I'm very determined to process our service providers' reimbursements quicker, right? And there's a lot of little pieces, and there's enough pieces where one person can point to one person as an issue, and then the other person points to the other person, and we have to get those subjects understood, and then be able to give the people the right direction. But to your original point, I think that some of those situations aren't quite fixable within the grants that they have. But I know Daryl Young and I and Edward, our deputy director, are looking at ways on immediate Band-Aids for current situations. But I think it's a bigger situation overall, and it ties into how quickly we can reimburse our service providers.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Do we know, do GIA contracts cover admin costs or no? Or is that only direct services?
No, they can. They
Okay.
can, but it depends on how they respond in the bid. And if they don't respond in the bid and give themselves the administrative costs, right,
Okay.
then they can't. But we have other service providers that are very sophisticated in doing that, and they can not only fund administrative costs like an executive, but also fund some of the backroom costs for processing, all of the reimbursement issues and such like that.
Okay. Does GIA have a limitation like ESG in terms of the percentage that can go to admin costs, or it's broader than that?
How much? 20%? 20%.
Okay, that's good to know. And so it sounds like we need to make sure on our side as providers are reaching out that they know that if they're applying for GIA to include a 20% admin amount in their budget if they need that amount. And then for ESG, making sure they know to include indirect costs and then maybe direct services for themselves. Is that the correct takeaway from this conversation?
I think also, council member, to your point, that we're going to need the council members along with us to help us manage the GIA process, because these organizations are in your districts and we just manage it. We don't choose them, right? And we just want to make sure they respond to us timely. We can get we can execute their contracts. We can get it to them. And sometimes we can't even get them to respond even though they've applied. So we look forward to working with you in that process.
Okay, I appreciate that. Almost done, Chair. And so, yeah, excited. I think Honu's been successful. I think a second Honu would definitely contribute to our community. I do think its success is contingent on bed space and opportunities after that. So excited to see the affordable housing investments. And I know we've talked a lot about the need for non-congregate shelter space with specific needs. You referenced the conversation at the planning committee with Work Hawaii, and part of that conversation, or at least what I was wondering, was if there's a need to put more direct services in the hands of city staff to fill gaps. And I wonder if there's been any conversation since that committee, or if you have any thoughts on that. Like, do we need to have, because obviously each community is very different, and so the number of providers available in a community may vary dramatically, right? When you're comparing like organizations with different organizational capacities. But then at the end of the day, I think we can't leave any community behind, right? And so if we're looking at like rural communities or communities with limited organizations, as we do our part in trying to help build capacity, do you think there's potentially a need to have more direct services? Or
Well, we're very open to doing that, council member.
Okay.
In fact, if a service provider comes to you, please send them to me or to Daryl Young and Deputy Director, because we have strategies in place that we can talk about. Would you like to highlight any, Daryl?
Yeah, and just to add on as he's coming up, because I totally hear that. Like I'm every day, I feel like every other day, asking people for ideas for providers to come alongside the ones that we have. And, and I think too, I mean, you can dive into that too, Mr. Young, but then also, is there a space for the city to either fill those pukas or reach out to the state to help fill those?
Thank you, Councilmember Wire. Daryl Young, Administrator for the Community-Based Development Division. So to address your original question, it all depends on the So going back to a conversation that I had maybe a couple weeks back, we tried to reserve the formula administrative funds for city staff so that we maximize the amount of general funds available for the council to distribute elsewhere. So if a grant was to give us 6.5% of admin funds, rather than putting it out to the nonprofits and then asking you for general fund salaries, what you see in the presentation is that we're using the formula funds for city staff and city fringe, and then making general funds available for other programs. The council is generously given us about $10 million of general funds to work on homeless programs. A lot of times it all depends on the level of sophistication of the nonprofit who is bidding. Those that are very sophisticated will put a percentage of their executive staff as direct service employees to cover a portion of it. They'll also maximize the amount of federally allowed indirect costs, which can go as high as 25%. We have a de minimis amount where we will automatically give 10% of indirect if they claim it. If they don't claim it, that's part of their negotiation process, right? So if they didn't claim it and they don't have enough funds, that's more of a contract amendment than it is anything else. And it could be an oversight, or it could be the way that they bid the contract. We have found out that on a few state contracts, although they allow up to 15% of de minimis indirect services, they also used it as a scoring mechanism in the procurement of those contracts. So for example, if you went up to 15%, you had 0 points. If you went to 10%, you got 50 points or 5 points. If you went below 5% on your indirect, you got 10 points, but it was awarded into the scoring of the contract. So while we can change our contracts, we're not certain that the state can change theirs because it was part of the procurement process. So that's kind of a unintended consequence of them trying to reward people not claiming indirect. But to answer your second part of the question, where there's opportunities, we are exploring synergies between our divisions to see whether direct service is warranted or whether we should go out for solicitation. And again, thanks to the generosity of the council working on some of the FRF projects that we are trying to activate, we're actually trying to plan on 2 technical assistance, HUD-based technical assistance for nonprofits coming up as soon as I can activate the funds. One for front-end intake for the type of client that you're taking in and making sure it can be paid under the grant that you have. And then the second will be working on back-end capacity on their accounting side to make sure that they're turning in invoices or payment requests properly. That'll help us with expediting the payments within 30 days, which is what our goal is, to try to get a nonprofit paid as much as we can to the level that we can based upon what they submit to us.
No, that's really helpful and helpful for us, right? Because I mean, as we're doing our due diligence, trying to get folks into the community, it's good to know, like, okay, to be able to tell someone this is where you can try to find admin funds, this is where you can get direct costs. Appreciate that, Mr. Young.
Thank you.
And then just last thing, I'll go back to Director. Yeah, thank you, Administrator. And Director, I don't know yet. Some of my colleagues may, but I know we have a new housing director coming in. I don't know who it is exactly, but appreciate your work in that field. And I'm assuming you're going to work very intimately with them in terms of carrying out the city's plan on affordable housing and homelessness and
well, yeah, very much involved in that, and very much involved in structuring the plans that you've seen. But they're on the cusp of being able to present to you that person, and I don't want to take away from the mayor's.
Of course. I think would be helpful, because I know talking to Deputy Managing Director before about getting out of those silos, having that point person take all the great stuff you're doing, DCS is doing, Administrator Young, Nakamura, Ariyoshi, Akagi, and having a cohesive presentation to go over and talk with the state homeless coordinator and Ways and Means finance chairs, housing committee chairs, to make sure that we're operating, not to create more work, but they were operating in sync and maximizing funding, right? And I know you already probably do that, but I'm just saying I'm hoping, because Deputy Managing Director is like, okay, do we have examples of getting out of the silos? And I think that's one that came to mind, like making sure that both sides of the street are kind of on board with the direction. So as we leverage and maximize those funds, and we can support each other's projects, right? I think would be helpful.
I share the same goals, Director.
Yeah, so just came to mind, and knowing how closely you work together, I wanted to share it with you as well. So appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, before I move forward, I just want to ask a few questions. A lot of my questions were actually related to elderly affairs, but you did bring that up, and I know that you will be talking about elderly affairs in a future presentation about like how it's going to be changing. But are there any new federal grants that can be applied for relating to Elderly Affairs Division?
Well, you have the act. The funding's coming in. He's applying for more acts. Do you want to talk about that, Derek?
Derek Ariyoshi, County Executive, Elderly Affairs Division. Councilwoman, thank you for the question. Right now, we don't have any federal supplemental funds in the pipeline right now. But as Congress works its way through, very likely we'll see new funding opportunities. So in our coordination and work with the State Executive Office on Aging, with Department of Health, and really a robust Kupuna network called the Kupuna Collective, made of many nonprofits organizations. We have good situational awareness on many different resources in the community, including potential funding. So we're going to keep our eyes on it. If the opportunity is right and the funding provisions are right, we'll go after it. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ariyoshi, I know that you've had, of course, we know each other from across the street and stuff like that, and also with your work with our Kupuna back then as well. But I was wondering, relating to the distinction of the cities, age-friendly cities, has there been any support to expand Elderly Affairs Division through that designation?
We are already seeing it. So a lot of the work we've done through the pandemic, innovative strategies where we partnered with restaurants and expanded delivery of home-delivered meals, working with private partner, public partnerships, actually was in partnership with Dr. Christy Nishida with UH Center on Aging. What you will see very soon, and the next few years, is more internal city partnerships. I'll give one example. Age-Friendly Initiative, EAD, helped develop Honolulu, what do we call it? Kain to Kupuna, a DPR project where we're giving tips and advice for Kupuna on how to modify their homes to live safely. So you're going to see a lot more of those potential partnerships with Parks and Recreation, EMS as well.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the work that you do. And when we are out doing our tabling in the community or going to people at the People's Open Markets, the resources from the Elderly Affairs Division is the number one thing that leaves our table. So thank you very much for all that information.
Thank you for the support.
Okay, thank you. Director Krucky. Relating to the Ohana zones, I know with the new administration, I don't know if it's the same kind of funding, but is there any state funding that will continue the programs that were supported by Ohana zone funding?
That's a very good question. They're not finished with their decision on the money they're putting forward, and we're hoping they'll put more money into Ohana zone. And then the total amount that they get, then they spread that out amongst the different islands as a state. We have 3 major programs that are being funded by the Ohana zone money, and that's HONU is one, and that's the biggest part. Also, the program at Kumu'aka, the village program, we provide rent relief for those folks because the program doesn't qualify for vouchers. And is it Kumavai? Yeah, in Kumavai here in town, we support that program through state Ohana zone money.
Okay, so what happens with the gap when there's a gap in funding?
Well, we'll have to see. We're hoping I meet regularly with the homeless coordinator at the state, and trying to impress upon him that the anticipation is that these funds will remain consistent. And right now, we're still getting that message, but it's not done. So your point that there's a risk there, I think, is a very valid point.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, next, I guess my last question is related to another gap in funding. I know that there are different zones with different nonprofits serving social service, either street outreach or mental health services throughout the island. And I was wondering, are you looking to provide overlap or gaps? Maybe overlaps between communities so that if there is a gap between contracts, it's filled? Because I think maybe a year or 2 years ago, we saw that there was a gap in one part of my community, and I'm just worried about gaps between contracts happening again in just anywhere in our communities here.
Well, the service orientation, council member, for the state is geographical, and they do their service providers. Ours can be pointed so that when we have those kind of issues that you're talking about, we can address those directly. At the same time, we're trying to organize ourselves with the state so that the city is providing the bed space and the physical capabilities, and the state would come in and provide the service providers to house that facility. And I think that also coincides with other council priorities where we're trying to take some of these federal dollars that used to be going to service providers, right, and then started shifting to the city because we weren't getting them used up on a timely manner, and started shifting them to city programs. And since we've been here, since the deputy and I have been here, we've gone and figured out where those places are so we can shift those back to service providers. So we can take that CBDG money, be timely, acquire a property. Councilmember Wyer's community right now will be one of the first ones, and then contract with the state as a partnership to run that facility. So we'll be providing more beds, but we won't have to provide the service provider dollars to run those facilities.
Okay. But I guess there's no real answer to fill or support any of the gaps between contracts then.
Yeah, well, we have some flexibility where if there is a gap like that and it's articulated to us, we can analyze it and see what we can do about that.
So who steps in though? I mean, let's say, I guess I'll use it as an example, between when Kalipalama Health Center and then it transitioned to H3RC, there was a little bit of a gap. So who steps in between?
Yeah, that one really wasn't a funding gap. It's more of a procedural gap. They needed to get the papers in place so that they could turn over the ownership of that activity. And that was more between the two sets of service providers. Actually, one's not a service provider. It's more of a hospital set, HUI, and the service provider. And so we were ready to react as soon as that got done. And as soon as it got done, we did react.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the region or the districts that it was serving, the communities that it was serving, not necessarily at Kuili.
Not the H3?
No, I'm talking about Hawaii Health and Harm Reduction that is now serving from Iwalei to Salt Lake, or Aiea.
Okay.
Darryl Young, Administrator, Community-Based Development Division. Good question, Council Member. We are going to work with the council members to address those gaps. We do have funding that has been provided by council in the FY23 budget in the Appendix A that we're looking for street outreach or gap funding. And again, we'll work with each of the council members to identify areas for yourself, potentially the Pearl Harbor bike path, some other areas. For council chair, Diamond Head area, some of the hot spots that we want to kind of address. Similar to the contracts that we had done with the reprogramming of the FY22, FY23 ESG monies that you gave to us, that we did a large street outreach contract for Central Oahu and North Shore. That's kind of what we have in mind, that to help cover any gaps in services for street outreach as well as other services.
Okay, thank you. And since you're up there, Administrator Young, can we talk about Staten Island Treatment Center? Are you overseeing it now?
No, it is with DLM.
Okay, never mind. Okay, thank you. Okay. Council Chair Waters, followed by Vice Chair Kiaina.
It's still morning for a few minutes. Thank you for your presentation. For the last few years, we have been hearing from service providers that additional Housing First vouchers are needed to help work down the list of housing-ready homeless persons. We have added $2.4 million in funding the last 2 years for an additional 100 vouchers. I understand those were not added last fiscal year and the funding lapsed this year. Could you provide the status of adding those Housing First vouchers? And is the funding going to lapse again?
Yeah, there were some issues with the Housing First vouchers in particular, but we can talk about that as we move forward. We did implement the Oahu Housing Now voucher system, right, using our federal dollars, and we housed over 300 families with that system. We still have the emergency housing vouchers to get out, and we need to do that by next September. And so we're working diligently on that, and that Customer Affairs Division does that. You want to speak to the Housing First initiative?
Thank you, Council Chair. I'm not familiar with the 2.4. Was that through Appendix A, or was it a separate amount? I think everything that you've given to us, 2.4 is Housing First Increment 1. That's general funded, both case management and rent. 2.32 is Housing First Increment 2. That is general funded, case management and rent. Housing First Increment 3 is 100 vouchers, general funded case management, home funded rent. Housing First 4 is 98 vouchers for Kumuvai, Halemaluhia, 10 with H3RC, 10 with Halekipa, and 38 at Kamaoku Kauhale. That's all I have in my record. I'm just trying to understand the 2.4 that you were suggesting lapsed.
It was in the general fund. Are you saying all those that you just mentioned now?
Yeah, they're all activated. They're all under contract.
Okay, that's great news. Next, the CIP budget lapsing this June 30th included $18 million in the DCS budget in the community revitalization funds for acquisition, lease, development, and/or renovation of facilities for the urban rest stops, navigation centers, workforce housing, and other community-focused projects. What is the status of those funds?
We haven't worked on it because it is bond-funded projects. We normally work on non-bond-funded projects only because of the color of money issues and what it layers on top of the program itself.
So it's safe to say those will lapse?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The CIP budget lapsing this June 30th included $170 million in affordable housing funding for the city. I know it's in DLM's budget.
Yes.
The last time you were here, you mentioned that your planning meetings have discussed this funding. What is the status of deploying these funds? And I sort of know the answer based on the MD's presentation,
Yeah.
but I just want to confirm with you that 170 is going to lapse.
I am going to use about 20 of it in Anna Road. Pretty soon, I'm going to go out to do a design build on that building. On the projects that are under DLM, I would defer to them to update that.
Okay, great. I understand that our annual CDBG timeliness test is coming up at the end of the month. We have missed timeliness for the past 2 years and risk losing funding if we miss it again. What is the status of making this year's timeliness test with HUD?
We are about 3 weeks away from finalizing an acquisition in Wahiawa. We've been working with Councilmember Wire on it. It's the former Hope Treatment Services house, 24 rooms, 18 of which have tubs. This is the type of partnership that Director Crucky had talked about, where we would acquire and then work with a state agency to provide the annual funding for the operations. We have completed the appraisal, the counter appraisal, the ALTA. We're wrapping up the environmental, and the physical needs assessment is underway right now. So again, everything working out well, we should be able to close by the end of the month or early April.
Are you saying that we're going to meet the timeliness?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. And what does this Wahiawa house do?
It's a 24-room structure that was a former substance abuse treatment facility.
And we're going to use it for?
We hope to use it for families experiencing homelessness.
Okay, because that comes to my next question, which you may have just answered it. But we've heard from Partners in Care last month that the greatest need for housing is that folks who are exiting homelessness. What is the administration's plan for building more housing specifically for homeless persons?
Good question, Chair. We have $13 million in congressionally directed spending funds from Senator Schatz that we have for mini home villages. We are working with the state to identify what that looks like. Our idea for the city is it's a transitional space in which people come in and flow out. The state's view is more of a permanent facility, and so we have kind of issues on meeting housing quality standards. In addition to that, we have $3.9 million in congressionally directed spending that can be used for observation and stabilization beds that we'd like to examine locations in certain areas that have gaps. For example, East Honolulu has a gap that we would look at. We have $2.3 million, same source of funding, different year, to work with domestic violence organization to acquire a multi-unit apartment complex. And we have the 2.5 that is at core, that's outside of our program. In addition to that, we are looking at various ways to activate FRF projects to work on homelessness programs. That's kind of where we are at this point.
Okay, I guess the operable word is plan and permanent housing. I know a lot of the emphasis has been on transitional housing and stabilization beds, which I appreciate very much, and that's definitely part of the solution. But ultimately, I think we need to think about building permanent spaces, or either building it or acquiring it or remodeling permanent spaces, because as I mentioned in previous hearings, I've talked to homeless folks in my district and asking them, hey, why are you living at the bus stop? And they've been through the shelters. They don't want to go back. And they're not going to go back. These are at this point, I think the city and the state has done a fairly good job about finding permanent housing for families and for children, families with children. But you're going to have these chronically homeless who are suffering from mental illness, substance abuse, and other things. That's why, I think housing first works. But do we have a plan on dealing with, like I said, either building, renovating, acquiring permanent housing?
So one of the things that we're examining right now is there's a state facility in a rural area that I'm in discussions with to see whether or not we can take over the ground lease on that. It's with a state agency now. I'm trying to see whether or not it can be transferred over to us. One of the ideas we're looking at is a multi-service center, kind of based upon Punavai, where the ground floor would be a drop-in and a hygiene center. Second floor would be like your shelter. Your third floor would be more dormitory-like, where it's supervised living. And then your fourth or fifth floor would be permanent supportive housing. And the whole idea is to flow them through the system in one facility. It could be a campus-type setting. We haven't really kind of settled as to what that would look like. But it's something that our team is looking at right now.
Okay. In my district, we stood up a facility on Lemon Road during COVID and transitioned to stabilization. I understand it successfully served 2,000 people. Why was it closed in December 2022?
We ran out of the funding. It was coronavirus funding.
So we still need stabilization facilities in Waikiki.
Yes.
Was there an attempt to get more coronavirus funding through ARPA, through the administration?
No, we didn't look at it. We thought that, and again, it might be a mistake on my part, but we thought that as we had come in for testing, stabilization, vaccination, we didn't really present it as a permanent facility to your community, and we wanted to at least have that opportunity to discuss that.
My understanding is that the building is now for sale. Have you considered using a portion of that $170 million, which is about to lapse in CIP, to purchase and not lose this stabilization beds facility?
Well, thank you for the lead. We'll follow up on it after this meeting.
You know, 211, recently Aloha United Way visited me and requested funding to stand up or keep going the 211 call center. Is that something that your department is considering?
I'll defer to Director.
Aloha, Chair Waters. Edward Los Panos, Deputy Director, Department of Community Services. So I've been having discussions with Budget and Fiscal Services on 211. They've also been approaching Budget and Fiscal Services. One of the issues that we're running into, if we do fund 211, is that we have to go out for procurement on that. So there's no direct course of action where we can directly fund a 211 service relative to intake and referral. There's also similar opinions on the State Procurement Office side that it requires a procurement action. Based on our discussions that we've been having with Aloha United Way, they've always been directed, or their desires to come in as a direct fund action rather than a procurement action. If we use any kind of fiscal or federal dollars that our department has, it's going to require a procurement action. Just based on the action. So that's kind of where 211 is at this point. So if there was a 211 program, definitely would make sense under the Department of Community Services based on the type of services that 211 provides. But again, there's no direct way for DCS to fund 211 directly. It would have to go through a solicitation.
Okay, so that's a no. I don't see it in your budget. And
so, yeah, currently there's no action on our side to look into procurement of intake and referral program.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, I'm just looking at slide deck page 5, dealing rental assistance. Looks like last year there was 233,000. This year it's the same, 233,000. I note that OER came in asking for 33 million of ARPA funds. Does this reflect that your department and the administration is not going to be asking for any more money for rental relief once that latest ARPA money that was actually passed by the council is exhausted?
I don't, Council Member Chair, I don't know if I could say whether or not the administration is going to ask for more money or not in rental relief. Some of the rental relief funds that we have different requirements than just people applying for them. They have to be evicted, if you will, and then we can come in and help. I think there's some other programs that we're trying to do that go beyond rent relief. So that we can help people keep their homes. And I think I've made mention before that even in our Section 8 choice vouchers, when people get those vouchers, half of the people that get those vouchers use them to stay in the property that they currently live in. So that's another method to that piece you had. I'd like to make a comment, though, on delineating shelters from permanent housing, because when we say transitional housing, we're not talking about shelters. We're really talking about villages. And generally speaking, for a person that you might talk to at a bus stop or something like that, it would take them 24 to 36 months, from what we understand, to really be ready for permanent housing. And so what we want to do with these villages is put the services in there, make it a welcoming place for them, make them feel connected to each other. So it will be a place that they'll want to go to. And we've had a lot of demand for that in my experience in the last 2 years. So when we say transitional, it's really not like a shelter, if you will, but they're villages that build communities within these individuals.
Well, let's talk about that for a second.
Sure.
How many of those transitional units do you have planned in the next fiscal year?
So the congressionally directed funds is about $12 million. We think it would be 3 to 4 million per village. Each village would be about 150 units or family dwellings within those. So we're talking about 400 to 500.
I thought your department came before us a little while ago saying that 11 million was only going to build about 37 units. Wasn't that more accurate?
Development.
Thank you, Chair. That was the home ARP plan. That was based on development of housing for persons who are elderly, homeless, homeless by any other category, or fleeing. And that was more of a construction fund, and that was based on an estimate of $350,000 per unit. We came up with $350,000 per unit because current renovation costs are running between $250,000 and $350,000 per unit, and ground-up construction of new units are about $600,000 per unit.
So are we talking about, when we're talking about those funds,
Yeah.
are we talking about transitional units or permanent units?
No, we're talking about incorporating it into development that would be building, let's say, like a high-rise. So I'm buying so many units within that high-rise. And that was based on our experience with the Affordable Housing Fund. When we did give out the funds that we did, the 28 million, we got about 900 units that could qualify under the 60% AMI, but we only purchased maybe about 50 of them with the funds.
Okay, and again, these are permanent units?
Permanent
or
units, permanent rental.
transitional units?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's a different pot of money than what Director Crucky's talking
That's
about.
for more mini homes. And as I shared, the question becomes, at what standard do you build those mini homes? If it's transitional going through, does it need to meet the HUD housing quality standards? Does it not need to meet it? What level of housing suitability you need to get to in order for it to qualify for federal funding? So that's the kind of questions that we're going around with.
Okay, transitioning back to what Director Crucky said, you have an additional $11 million in federal funds that you intend to build how many transitional homes?
Sorry, thank you, Daryl. So each village, we're hoping to be 150 people in a village, or there could be units that would have families in them, depending on the type of community that we're trying to create. So with that amount of money, we think we could construct anywhere from 400 to 500. So that's why I said 450, 150 per village.
400 to 500 units, or servicing 400 to 500 people?
Units. A unit could be one person, or it could be multiple in there, depending on how we
Sure.
design them.
And you have this in the works right now?
Yes.
Or is it just a goal?
No, the funding has been approved, so we have the funding. We have a couple of sites we're collected that we're working on, but it'll take a solicitation to award the money. So we're just in that process of getting these sites and these service providers in a position where then they'd be able to respond to a solicitation, and then we can award the money.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is, could you be more specific? Like, which district are these sites going in? Where exactly they're going in? Letting us know beforehand, because perhaps we could work with you to prepare our communities. You're always going to deal with NIMBYism. So could you be more specific as to where exactly these 400 to 500 units are going based on the plan that you've already done?
we really do appreciate your help in this process, and we'll meet with you and kind of lay out our plans, and then also get from you other ideas of places that you'd like to do. So we really look forward to working with you on that. Putting that out there right now might be premature, but I'd be glad to meet with you and talk to you about that.
Okay, I mean, I'm concerned that it's still just a pie in the sky kind of an idea rather than anything concrete. And the sooner we talk about it, the better. Right, again, I want to tell you that people want to solve the homelessness problem in our community, but they don't want it next to them. So I got to ask you again, if you can tell us, let's talk about District 4. Where exactly are you planning to build these units? And in one of your presentations, it outlined that in my district, surprisingly, there are a lot of homeless, and I think it is mostly on the Diamond Head area. So if you can tell me today where exactly you plan to build these units in my district, that would be super helpful, especially since we're talking about where this money is going to be appropriated to. And I know you live in the same district that I do.
Right, I do live in that district.
And
we do have in our FRF money service provider extra funds for the Diamond Head area, which has been of concern, and we recognize that for some time. I also sit on the Diamond Head Neighborhood Board and meet with them Thursday night. And again, I'd be glad to lay out the process of the villages and why there's a lot behind it that has to happen to have that many people decide to move there. So there's a lot to it. It isn't a pie in the sky. It's been something since I came to the city that I've seen as a potential additive solution, and I'd be glad to work that out. I think it was a big win for the city to get the congressionally directed funds to fund this, and the support from Senator Schatz and others is greatly appreciated.
And as we deliberate the budget process, we want to give you the resources that you need in order to develop a housing at all levels, whether it be shelters, transitional beds, or permanent housing. But when we're talking about appropriating these funds, it's helpful to get more details as to what exactly is planned, where it's planned, how many units, and what source of funding you're going to need to do that. I know you talked about federal funds, but we're talking about the $154 million that comes out of our budget here. It's just more helpful if we knew more details. So as we go forward, if you can provide not only this committee but the council more details as to where exactly these units are going to go, that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
We'd be glad to do
Chair.
that. Thank you.
Lastly, the grant and aid program. Well, I'll save that for later. Thank you.
Okay, really quick. I just want to make an announcement. I'm going to be taking a recess after DLM with the rate of what we're doing, of how we're going here. Okay, wait. Can I go one moment, just one question first? Okay, first off, I do want to go back to the Staten Island Treatment Center because I know that it was mentioned that it was DLM. I do know, it was my understanding that DLM only took care of the building. And for the program that is taking place at the Staten Island Treatment Center is overseen by DCS. And because of course, every so often, the Staten Island Treatment Center or rehab program goes into the news pretty often about their misuse of public funds. And I was just wondering about the effects of it and its and how much we're paying for that contract. And that contract and program is overseen by DCS.
What? Yeah, there's no city or state money doing that particular program. DLM has the lease with the property, and that's the relationship they have. I will tell you, Council Member, that we have tried to help them with that lease, a solicitation for retainers for beds. We were hopeful that they would do that, and that would help their rent situation, but they didn't bid on that solicitation.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Kiaina, and then we can move on to
Thank you. Mine is going to be very brief. First of all, I just wanted to thank your team, especially as you administer the CDBG funding that I've been concerned about with regard to proportionality between nonprofits and the city. With regard to some of your programs relating to job training and workforce development, I actually deeply appreciate it. I think it is an appropriate use of CDBG funds. Appreciate your Kulia Ika Nu'u project as well as your work readiness program. So just keep up the good work and just help me with BFS and some of the other agencies in decreasing the amount that goes overall to the city and increasing both capacity and the proportion going to nonprofits. With regard to community-based development division, last year I included funding for a reorganization. Can I get a status of where that is?
Sure. Daryl?
Thank you, Councilmember. We haven't yet activated the funds to do the reorganization, but we're working toward that through an FRF proposal.
Okay, what's the time frame we're looking at? 6 months?
Hopefully, yes.
Okay, if you could put some attention to that, I would
Yes.
appreciate it. I'm trying to help you.
Yes, I agree. Thank you.
Okay, and we also included funding for your home ownership assistant program. Can I just get a status report on that program?
So relative to our homeownership assistance program, this has been a really challenging program for us. We have a hard time each year spending down our down payment loan assistance program. That's because the inventory that our folks can qualify for or compete for are also in competition with the larger market. So individuals that are looking to buy a cheaper home to renovate are in competition with those folks. Where we had the most success in our homeownership assistance programs are when we have new developments coming in with an inclusionary zoning requirement that has a fee simple for sale option. Each year we probably only do about, on average, 12 to 15 loans a year in our home ownership assistance programs. So it's something that we haven't really moved on because we haven't been able to exhaust our existing federally funded program. So it's not something that we're looking to move on. We're hopeful with the bigger developments coming out in the EVA plain or the EVA area that there will be some inclusionary zoning, some for sale properties that are the folks that would qualify for the program could access and not have the competition to compete for.
And do you believe you're going to be able to spend on the funds?
Based on the current market conditions, it's highly unlikely.
Okay, so
you're talking about the Exhibit A.
yeah. So
FY23
what are you
budget request.
thinking? We're going to have to reprogram those funds?
Yeah, we're probably not going to access those funds. I think what we can use some help for is in landlord engagement, landlord engagement to kind of float up some of our Section 8 housing choice voucher program that's kind of competing with the rent and utility relief program that kind of comes with different subsidies.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Let us know how we can help.
Sure.
On the general funded vacancies on page 8, you have 18 vacancies, 4 that you intend to fill by July 1st and 2 for 2024. Why is that so low? Why can't you, 18 is not a lot, why can't we expect you to fill all of the positions because you have 0 for that should be abolished? Why? I don't understand. That's only 6 out of 18 positions? Why should we fund the other vacant positions if, first of all, 2 is not a lot.
Actually, the filled in 24 is actually a typo. It actually should have a 1 in front, so it should actually be 12 positions. So it should be a total of 16 that we're looking to fill in the next within the next 12 to 18 months. Yeah. One of the things that we're looking at in our general funded position vacancies is that one of the portions is pending a reorg. So I think the Elderly Affairs Division is going for a reorg. And so right now we have contractors in the positions, but we're looking to fill those positions next year once the reorg is completed. And what's kind of fundamental in the reorg is that the level of care that Derek's group is providing is a lot higher than what the staffing position levels are. So that's why they're currently in contract positions. So once that's done, they'll take a big chunk out of that general funded
Okay,
positions.
I got it. And so the 2 deactivated positions were already deducted from the 18, right? So,
Correct.
so now that we're up to 16, what about the other 2? So there's 18 vacant positions. You're going to fill 4 by July 1st. And then you're telling me now that 12 will be filled in 2024. Why don't you just fill 16 and get it done and over with?
Yeah, I mean, if the opportunities comes, I mean, we'd love to fill those positions. One of the challenges we've been having is some of these positions that are deactivated, we're not activating, are positions that we're in competition with, for the rest of the city. So like senior clerk typist positions, these base level positions, they are challenging for us to fill because we're competing with across the whole city.
No, I understand that, but it's only 2 positions.
Correct.
I mean, you're in a better situation than the other agencies. So I guess I'm just encouraging to try a little harder.
We will definitely.
Every agency should be coming here saying that you intend to fill X
100%.
amount by July 1st and the remaining. Otherwise, you should add 2 to the vacant positions that should be abolished. That's what you guys should be doing.
Yeah. So I agree. So we'll put 100% effort into filling all our vacancies that we have funding for.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close off with Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And just briefly, coming back to the tiny homes, Kauhale model, first, I know Administrator Young brought up, the suitability or the habitability question. Where does the city and the state differ on that? Is it the city that wants it more transitional and not meeting the federal standards, or is it the city that's saying it should meet the federal
So
requirements?
what happens in some of these designs is that if they design a single unit, it doesn't have a bathroom, doesn't have cooking, then it doesn't facilitate itself for HUD funding for vouchers. And so what the state did is they still were determined to do it that way. They came in and they said, well, we'll give the money to DCS. DCF, you pay these folks money. Because people, when they live in these villages, they still pay rent, right? We haven't decided in our model yet how we're going to land. So we're not set on it being a tiny home like that place. We have met with different developers who we think could do some good design builds. Some of their facilities are excellent and wouldn't have those requirements. So we sort of have to see, and it also depended on the service provider, because a couple of the places we're looking at, they own the land. And so they will pick the design build contractor that they'll then do the solicitation with.
Okay. So it sounds like I'm hearing it's more the state that's pushing the minimal standards. Is that fair? No.
Well,
just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yeah,
correctly.
I just think that what happened is the individuals that are in those positions, that's where they came from, right? Those were the kind of events they were doing. So those are their success knobs, so they're repeating those.
Okay, when you say success stops, you mean the type of projects? Or?
Right, the type of, whether it be a tiny home or whether it be the A-frame homes out in Waianae, a repeat of those processes.
I see. They're not necessarily saying our homelessness model should be dramatically increasing the number of units that don't meet federal standards for habitability. That's not like the plan or anything.
No, I think we're more dedicated to that.
Okay.
The city is.
Well, we want it to meet federal standards.
We're
as well.
dedicated to that. We're not in conflict with the point that Administrator Young brought out was that these villages, and it's just my belief that the villages work best when they transition people to permanent housing, but that you have to have time. 24 to 36 months seems to be the rule of thumb. So it's not a transitional thing of 6 months. They're there for a long time and getting themselves in a position to move on. And you're doing childcare while you're there. You're doing job training while you're there. All the things that will help somebody work. But there is this concept of a sense of community that's important because I think we all need that. If you're a person who's homeless and you get put into a housing situation and you're by yourself, it's very difficult. You weren't even by yourself on the street, right? You had a group of people. And so what we're trying to do is create a sense of community within these villages that will help the person then grow and adapt and then be ready to go on to the next stage of their voyage.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that because I agree. Like, folks should have autonomy, and we want to learn from those in those situations. But then also government policy, like we need to be ensuring that what we're implementing is recognizing that base value, right? I mean, because there's tons of folks, as many people as we have in the community that want to help those experiencing homelessness. We have those that would be content to just sweep folks up into a camp and let them do their thing over there, right? Yeah. But that definitely isn't housing policy. You know, folks may come up with those ideas, but in terms of going forward with the solicitation for these types of projects, is a solicitation going out for projects that want to buy land and build, or is it city-acquired property we may have, and then the solicitation is for the construction side, or what are the possibilities? Because it informs us of what we should be doing. Like, should we be giving you potential sites? Should we be finding organizations that want to have their own land and build on it? Like, what do we see the solicitation looking like?
That's an excellent question. In terms of the villages, we're either looking right now at places where the state can give us the land or the people already own the land. So land acquisition wouldn't be part of the financial equation. It would really be some infrastructure and actual building costs.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then are there any high-level strategy so far, like regional focuses, or is it fair game for all of us to come to you with potential locations and be like, oh, this is a good space, the community might be on board? Or is there some kind of vision that we should try to align with?
Well, I think in addition to the villages, there's also using the revitalization money or CBDG money for other acquisitions that could be potentials in your district. So okay. Yes, please, work with us. We're able to leverage even non-budget dollars to do these activities, and we're very happy to do those and work with you on there. I think that by going out, whether it be FRF money, congressionally directed dollars, any of those things, we're getting a lot of leverage for the city.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Director. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, one very last question. We need to get to DLN.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
This is my first question for the Director.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Is there any thoughts about having the department look at the Chapter 201H?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Councilmember.
201H, the affordable housing measure at the state legislature. Is there any ideas that we can improve on it? Because sometimes we are not addressing what we are talking about. Yeah. Those clients that are the homeless, that has to go through transition, da-da-da-da-da. I'm just trying to determine if there is a project that the state sends us to say we support the 201H project, what can we do here to address what your concerns and the concerns of the council are at those who are 60% and below?
I have a couple guys who have spent some time at the state bringing these projects together. They may be better to answer. You want to? Right now,
Director, you know why I did bring up this topic at the beginning of the year?
Yeah.
How could we incentivize job applicants to go work for the county? And I thought the idea was to say, hey, you join the county, you commit yourself to 30 years based on the mortgage, and we'll put the down payment.
Yeah. So we do look at workforce housing, and it's one of the things we're considering in the Waikiki Vista program. I also think that, I came from outside public sector, and there is a feeling I can convey to individuals when they're interviewing about the sense of service that you become dedicated to doing. And I think we use that when we interview people. One of the biggest obstacles, it's money, right, where people are getting offered things from other people. The other is if they're not working, the amount of time that an outside organization can make a decision to hire them is much quicker. Our time frame needs to be reduced, and I know the mayor's talked about that, and we talk about that. And the other is I think the system makes decisions rather than the executive. I mean, I was always in a position where as an executive I could really influence the decision making, but many times the system is making the decision, and that piles up from down below, and we have to have the courage to challenge that.
See, and that's why I'm asking you this question. That's the way I feel. 2 years ago, 2 months, I didn't realize that we put in a project for our district. It had to go to DDC. No, it just goes to the department that's providing the service in the community.
Yeah.
That took maybe 6 months, DDC, or a year based on the shortage that they had. Then we got to go to BFS. Then we got to go to CORE. Why so long? Is that the way the government system runs the culture? If it is, I accept it. I really do, because it's taxpayers' money. But at the end of the day, every time you have a delay, it just adds more cost, more layer to the cost of what we are trying to achieve. And that's why I'm posing this, because other departments, I've asked the questions. Director Crucky, what are the obstacles? What are the barriers that you are facing today with your staff that we can try to assist or support? And that's why, for me, I was going to ask you one final thought. If you could do it for me.
Yeah, I appreciate your comment about accepting it. I don't accept it. I deal with it.
What? No, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but what state agency is in charge of Ohana zoning where I could write a letter of support? What department? You know what department Ohana zoning is with the state? I could write a letter in support to support the city and county in regards to the appropriation from the state legislature.
We'd be glad to talk to you about that.
Okay,
Do that.
got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Would you be able to let all of us know which department that is?
Pardon?
Would you be able to let us know which department that is? Isn't DHS? Because I remember going to public meetings about it at one of the buildings over there, and it was run by DHS.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, just let us know.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Director Crucky.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we would like to call up the Department of Land Management. And members, I know that Councilmember Tolba, you just arrived. We're going to be breaking after DLM instead of DPP, yeah? And so if anyone from the administration could let the rest of the administration know too. Okay, thank you, bye. Okay, with us from the administration, we have Director Scott Hayashi. And for those who wish to see DLM's presentation, is Departmental Communications 179-2023. Okay, and you may proceed, Director Hayashi.
Aloha. Thank you, Budget Chair Cordero, members of Council, Chair Waters, and Councilmember Toba, Councilmember Kiaina, and Councilmember Dos Santos Tam. Appreciate the opportunity to present Department of Land Management's budget. I'd like to start off first by introducing our team here. Our Deputy Director, Kat Tashner, and our Administrative Services Specialist, Tai Tomimoto. So thank you for this opportunity. Okay, I'd like to start off by just a general overview. I won't go too long on this because I know there's other areas you'd like to look at and ask questions on. So just a brief overview, our organizational chart, projects we have in process, our priorities for the budget requests, of course, our FY 2024 budget, discussions of our current vacancies and staffing, and finish off with some of our revenue sources. Okay, so briefly, our organizational chart, as you know, we're a small department, and administration division, it's Deputy Tashner and myself, we oversight of the department, coordinate with other departments, implement policies for DLM. Then we have our asset management division, which is, it's a division that oversees and manages the city-owned lands, maintains our city inventory, and handles the disposals. Asset Development Division, do land acquisitions, including clean water, natural lands, planning and development, and leasing, which recently came over from DDC. So we handle all the leasing of city departments with outside landlords. And there was a finance division that was really never established. Okay, active projects. These are our active projects. We have protection projects, development projects, and management projects. Protection projects really having to do with clean water, natural lands, which Deputy Tashner has been very active in overseeing this program. So we're very fortunate about that. And those are the listed projects that we're monitoring. And then the other projects listed on the bottom are the active land acquisition projects. Okay, going to the development projects, assist with development and planning. We have 1930 Dillingham, TOD Affordable Housing, which is a Delight Bakery site. 820 Evale, which is currently being occupied by the medical examiner's office temporarily while they're building out their offices. 1615 Alawai, affordable housing. The Royal Kunia Boxcar Lot site, affordable housing and childcare. Harbor Arms, affordable housing. And the newly acquired Waikiki Vista property, which is affordable housing. And we have managed partnerships with private developers, Verona Village, affordable housing, Haleviolu Senior Residence, which should be completed this summer, Halewiliko Highlands, Senior Affordable Housing, which is the old former IAEA Sugar Mill site, Kapolei Parkway, Lots 6 and 7, TOD Affordable Housing for Families, Kalemai O Village, affordable housing, which is the affordable housing project in Westlock. And land acquisitions, you folks know the Waikiki Vista, which was recently acquired in October. And then we have others in progress that we're looking at to acquire. Management projects, I'll just briefly go over this. Our property management, asset management division, we have close to 1,600 units that we manage. Affordable housing projects, 23, commercial units, 18. And then we listed some of the repair and maintenance that we do for these projects. Okay, now for our fiscal year 2024 operating budget requests. I'd like to just start off by going through some of our priorities. These are our budget priorities, our department priorities as well. Increase capacity to take on larger projects. As you know, acquisitions is a priority for us in support of affordable housing. And again, I don't want to keep repeating it, but we do have a small department. We're trying to grow it. We're trying to bring on staff. In terms of acquisitions, I want to let you know that we're in the process of doing a master agreement for a real estate broker to help us with the acquisition of properties. We want to be more proactive than reactive. In the past, properties have been brought to us and we had to sort through them. Many of them, after initial assessments, proved not to be viable. So we want to go out with a broker to actually work with them to look for properties to that can be, more quickly brought up for affordable housing uses. Development, another priority, and policy, which DLM is policies in terms of we have policies of acquisitions, management, and development, as well as leasing policies. Increased departmental support services, Leasing, which again I mentioned, we handle the leasing now for the other departments. Management plans to assist other departments with management plans and dispositions. Priority for DLM is ongoing, and it's really a big priority for us in this fiscal year is complete our reorganization, which I can talk about a little bit more afterwards. So our operating budget request, we're allocated 28 positions. This fiscal year budget, we're asking for 2 more positions, one of which is a deputy secretary for Deputy Tashner. With the large volume of and the complexity and the size of the recent acquisitions, it's been a strain on staff. Right now, my secretary is handling both of us, as well as other areas in the department. So we felt that it's very essential that we have more support for our Deputy Tashner. So we're asking for a deputy secretary, as well as a executive assistant, one which is a high-level real estate professional. This person ideally would have legal background and help with the acquisition side, which, again, Deputy Tashner has done a tremendous job with the acquisitions, working in conjunction with Corp Counsel. But because of some of the potential transactions we see down the road and the size and complexity, we felt it's essential that we need some assistance. Expenditures by program, as you can see that we're asking for it's quite a bit more because the budget issues are over $3 million, which I'll explain. I think you folks have the breakdown of the budget issues, but basically what comprises that, the large difference, which I'll explain, is first of all, I know Budget Chair Cordero, you asked about the transfer of provisions for vacant positions. So for DLM FY23, that was about 1.15 million. This year, there's no transfer for vacant positions. And then the 2 new positions that we're asking for, there was an increase about little over 206,000 for the secretary and for the executive assistant. The current expenses, I think that the big difference is close to 2.9 million. And in FY24, this includes 1.2 million for guard services. This is to monitor the Delight Bakery site, Ivale, and 1615 LOI. And these are necessary, obviously, because of the break-ins, the homeless situation. So we felt that guard service is essential while we are holding these properties for future development. It also includes 700,000 in subsidies for Delight Bakery, Ivale, and 1615 LOI again. And this 700,000 is for any unanticipated repairs, maintenance that come up as we await development of these properties. In the past, we've had issues that have come up with, there's been no budget, so we've had to struggle to find funding. So we felt that it's prudent to put funding in this year's budget for these unanticipated repairs and maintenance issues. Number 3 is 930,000 in rental of buildings. And this came over actually from DDC. As I mentioned, DDC was handling the rentals, the leasing of buildings, and they were paying rentals for this warehouse in Kuahau Place. And DDC is actually the one on the lease on this. But since the leasing transferred to DLM, also this 930,000 was transferred over from DDC to pay for the rent. So it's been ongoing discussion. It may, we'll see how this works out if it goes back to DDC. But for now, it came over to DLM. So that's a big increase, also 930,000 for that. So that's really what made up the big difference for the budget issues of a little over $3 million. We could go to the next slide of positions. Current vacant positions, currently DLM is allocated for 28 positions. And we're, of course, asking for 2 going forward for 30 total. But this is for current. We have 19 vacant positions. And actually of this, we have 9 civil service positions. We have 9 personal services contracts. So we actually, staffing-wise, we have 18 people. So it's 10 open positions. But when you go look at the civil service positions, it's 19. And to be filled by the end of this fiscal year, we have a asset development secretary position, which we recently, someone transferred to another position. So we're trying to fill this position. So that's the 1 position. Now, to be filled in next fiscal year, we're making a difference of 18 positions. And that's admittedly, that's a very ambitious goal. It's, like other departments, it's been challenging to hire staffing. We've worked hard. We've been doing a lot of interviews, networking on our own, working with DHR, who's been very good about assisting us, as well as BFS. But it's a struggle. But we need to do our best to fill these positions, which we will try our best. In the midst of all this, we're completing our reorganization, which we are hope to complete it by the end of this fiscal year. And it's more a reorg in alignment with DLM's core functions. So, right now we have the only actual division we have is established is asset management. Asset development was never established. Finance was never established. We're trying to work all that out. We have a preliminary, reorganization plan worked out. And DHR has assigned someone to help us, which he's tremendously helped us with. We have to just complete some of the position descriptions. We're working on the key descriptions now. We're almost done with those. But once we get the reorg, we'll be much easier to hire, because we'll have these positions established. And of course, we have to have union approval. But we're hopeful that we get these positions established. A lot of the current positions in service contracts will can then apply for these civil service positions. But, we can't wait for, too long to get this done. So in the meantime, we're trying to hire as needed to bring on personal service contracts. We have someone, I want to mention, we have someone that's very experienced in affordable housing, development, management, HUD issues, was in Hawaii, relocated to the mainland. We've been in talks with her. She's very interested to join DLM. She'll be working with Deputy Tashner, and will be a tremendous help as we move forward with these acquisitions. So that's someone we want to bring on possibly in summer with a contract initially, and then move into eventually to a civil service position. Okay. And revenue sources, just go over this quickly. We have the one is kupu, which we handle the rentals for the kupu in Kaka'ako. And in estimated rental units, we have the studio in the Point Panic Productions currently in Kaka'ako, as well as the San Alain Treatment Center rent that's included there. For parking stalls, that's a UH Medical School. So that's really kind of comprises the rents that DLM directly collects versus the rents from our affordable housing projects, which stays within the projects and it's used to operate the various projects. Okay, now moving to our capital improvement budget. We have $100 million in this capital improvement budget. And this is, goes to development and acquisition for affordable housing, which of course is the mayor's priority and administration priority and, city priority, right? So this is a provision of funds for acquisition of land, plans, design, construction, other miscellaneous costs for developing, constructing, and providing low and moderate income affordable housing and any related infrastructure improvements, which may be undertaken with public agencies, private entities, or developers, and includes the cost of, which may include the costs of developing, constructing, and providing mixed income housing projects or mixed use projects, which may combine low and moderate income affordable housing or mixed income housing with government, educational, commercial, or cultural, institutional, industrial uses for the purpose of providing low and moderate income affordable housing. So that is in our budget, and that is something that we're looking at, and we have, as I mentioned, some projects down the road that are substantial that we could be using these funds for. And this is a mix of both tax exempt and taxable bonds. So it's a mix. So that's our CIP budget. That concludes our presentation. And thank you for this opportunity. And a lot of information for a small department, but here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Hayashi. Okay, first off, I just want to ask, because I asked DCS twice regarding the Sand Island Treatment Center contract and program, and they said that it's your department, and I know that you mentioned that it sounds like you just collect rent from the Sand Island Treatment Center. Is that correct?
Correct, we do. First of all, it's not a lease, so I wanted to clarify that. It's not a lease, it's a contract because of the funding that was used to purchase the property. And in that contract, there is a provision that DCS needs to monitor the services and program there.
Okay, so DCS needs to monitor okay, so I guess my next questions, which were related of the knowledge of the program contract, I was going to ask about the continued news about the overuse or misuse of public taxpayer dollars with their contracts. And I was going to ask, how does it affect the city contract? But since it's DCS that oversees the contract, I think it's going to be, I guess that will be included.
Well,
would you know that?
I guess DCS is in charge of, should be monitoring the programs and services. The contract is under DLM currently, yes. So that is under DLM.
Okay, so how does it affect the city contract with, does it affect us with their possible overuse of salary?
Well, their contract, I think, expires, is it October of this year? Of next year? October of next year. So they have a contract in place. They've been paying rent, but of course the recent article.
Mm-hmm. It happens every like 3 years about that center.
What? I'm sorry. What?
The misuse or overuse on salary, it happens every 3 years. I would say it comes out every 3 years.
Right.
The problem arises every 3 years. So I don't know. I mean, I know that not a lot of.
Yeah, they've. And we recently received correspondence that, of course, they're, have issued, they're disputing some of the reports. We haven't looked into it, but we're, as far as DLM is concerned, they have been paying rent.
Okay.
We're monitoring that. If there's any legal issues, we'd have to consult with CORE, I guess. But
okay, just making sure that they're not slating us too is all.
Right.
Yeah, just make sure of that, please. Okay. Also, with, of course, I know it's not you said that's not a lease agreement, right?
It's a contract.
Okay. But for DLM, how many properties do we have a master lease agreement with? Because I know that we have the Chinatown one, right? And then how many other master lease agreements do we have under DLM?
Well, the Chinatown master lease is You talk about the Culture and Arts Center? Okay, that's going to go out. That hasn't gone out yet, but that will be
Okay.
going out, yeah.
How many other ones do we have?
We had one, no, that's it, right?
That's it?
Master lease,
Okay.
yeah.
And,
Yeah.
okay,
Jarrell for Kikaliki. Jarrell, they do Kikaliki Marine Tower. And this is for the commercial. They do the commercial spaces. Yeah, it's a master lease with the commercial spaces.
okay. And is there a plan to issue more master lease agreements, which would in turn have a plan for either acquisition of properties that the city will manage or will have a master lease over? Is there like a plan?
Besides the Culture and Arts Center, we're looking at maybe down the road in downtown, the property where Duke's Bistro is, which is all commercial. It used to have a master lease on it, Halepawai Commercial. That master lessee, for various reasons, was extended, so we're directly managing that. But that could be on the horizon. There's been a lot of interest for a master lease on that because it's all commercial on that property.
I also want to follow up on because of course more projects needs to be started. One project that I think may still be under DLM before it goes to DCS or to the developer is the Halewiliko in Aiea. Do you have a status update on that?
I'll let Deputy Tashner. She actually just had a meeting with them this morning. So
Okay, love to hear that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kat Tashner, Deputy Director, Department of Land Management. For Halewiliko, I met with them this morning. I will be coming to City Council next month to present the ground lease. They are closing out a round of financing, so we'll be presenting that to you next month.
Okay, and after the ground lease, does it go for DCS for overseeing? Or does it stick with DLM?
It will be a long-term lease. DLM will assist with oversight, but the developer will have control over the property and the development of the project.
Okay, thank you. That's good to hear that's moving along. Okay, also, in total, the city agencies spend over $6 million for rent on office space. And is there a plan for DLM to utilize any city-owned properties to assist our city agencies so that we aren't renting from other locations or managements or whatever?
yes, there is actually. We just recently took over the leasing function, so we're looking at all the leases, the list we got from DDC. There has been few of them, one with DPP and one with HPD, that they're not going to be renewing their leases in other buildings. So it's good. We're kind of vetting them out, the necessity of them, and if they can move to city properties on the road. I mean, that would be the goal, right? To not having to pay rent to outside landlords, keep it within the city. So that is our plan. We just need to vet it out and look at the various leases, expirations, and how we can possibly move them into city properties.
Okay, so we'll see that in the next budget?
I'm sorry?
We'll see that in the next budget? A reduction in rent of office spaces?
Yeah, you'll see some because I know there's a couple already.
Okay,
but,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
How significant? But you'll see some, yeah. We'll do our best to see that reduction. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll move Vice Chair Kia Aina, Councilmember Tolba, and then Councilmember Wire.
Aloha, Director. Thank you for your presentation. I know you touched upon a little bit about your reorganization plans throughout your presentation, but can you just clarify for me again how it's going, what's the time frame for completion, and maybe factor in the vacancy positions and how that comes into play? I do appreciate that you're endeavoring to try to get the 18 vacant positions filled in 2024.
Thank you, Councilmember Kiana, for your question. Yeah, so we are, actively working on our reorganization. As I mentioned, we have DHR and BFS have been helpful. We have someone assigned to us actually from BFS to help us specifically work on our reorg. So I think the positions that we're looking at are primarily all for the most part, related to the development side and acquisitions. We need help in that area. Our management side, we're looking at reorging that side as well, but the big focus would be on the development side. So we're looking at, we have some positions, I guess, in mind, and we have renamed them. So we just need to fill them in with, finish our position descriptions. We're trying to get that done by the end of FY24.
But the plan, okay, so that's the positions, but is the plan and everything already in place? So all you need to do is fill the positions? Is that?
No, we have it preliminary sketched out. We have a skeleton. We're trying to fill in the exact names of the positions and the position descriptions, but we have a general outline of our.
Yes, and you're implementing it, correct?
Correct. That's our plan to implement
Okay, and so then basically you're trying to target completion of the reorg, including filling of those positions by the end of fiscal 24, correct?
We're targeting that, yes.
Okay. It's the most we can ask for. With regard to your budget, so your operating budget is 7.75 compared to 3.28 in
Yes.
fiscal 23. Again, can you share what you intend to use these funds for? And does it include your transition of Kuleana for the Clean Water Natural Lands Commission to DLM?
Okay, I'm sorry, you're asking what the difference is, the 3
Yeah,
million?
so with regard to the increase in funds, first of all, for your operating budget, what are you going to use it for? And does that increase, is it inclusive of the Kuleana transition from BFS to DLM for the Clean Water Natural Lands Commission, Kuleana?
Our increase, no, we did not factor in for the Clean Water Natural Lands transition.
What, is it because you have enough staff to do a good job?
We actually are bringing on another staff, in summer? Or we actually are bringing on one additional staff for Clean Water who has a legal background, actually.
Okay, so that's not going to deter the efficiency of that program then, but can you explain the increase then, what the funds are going to be used for? Your operating budget.
Oh, the operating budget?
Yeah, it's 3.28 going to 7.75 million.
So So the big difference was a 1.2 million for security services for Delayed Bakery, Ivale, and 1615 LOI as we are overseeing these properties before we develop them.
Got it. So that would be short term. So you don't anticipate that to be in the next year's budget?
We know.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand. Okay, let's.
And one more thing, sorry. So these properties, we cannot do property management, so we have to oversee it ourselves. That's why we put in for these security services to oversee.
Okay. Okay, Yupao. Okay, so if you could jot these numbers down, because both my questions are going to be related to what you have done with these funds and what you're going to do with these funds, depending on the fiscal year. So for fiscal 22 in our CFP budget, you had 200 million for affordable housing, 20 million for homeless service facilities. And in your 23 CIP budget, there was 5 million for affordable housing in transient-oriented development areas, all using general obligation bonds. In your fiscal 24 CIP budget, you have 100 million for affordable housing projects. So my first question is, how were the funds used for 22 and 23? And then my second question would be, and how are you going to use the funds for 24, the 100 million?
Okay.
You got all that the numbers down?
Yeah.
200 million and 20 million for 2022, 5 million for 2023, and 100 million for 2024. So first, how were those other funds used for 22 and 23? And what are you projecting to be used for 2024?
Okay, so the funds were used to transfer for planning and design. I'll let Deputy Tashner explain a bit more about the transfer of the funds.
Hi, good afternoon. So for the fiscal year 22 and 23, the funding was used to fund planning and design services on about 5 different developments. It was also used towards, rehabilitation by other departments of certain assets. On a prospective basis, the request is for more flexible funding. I think, we're very grateful for all the money that City Council gave to us over the past years. In deploying it, we found that there are some restrictions on how it can be used. After a lot of guidance from Tax Council and Bond Council, that's why we're coming to you this year with a revised CIP request.
Okay, because I'm assuming you didn't spend down all of that money, correct?
We did not spend down all of it yet. We are in the process of, there are several acquisitions that we're looking at that would draw down on a substantial amount of that. And we'd be happy to update you. We are subject to confidentiality agreements, which restrict our ability to discuss it in an open forum. But if you would like to discuss it in private, we are more than happy to help you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Provide information.
And then with regard to the 100 million, you're working with the appropriate parties to ensure that the funds for the 100 million would be flexible.
Correct.
And do you have any projected projects?
Yes, we have 2 that we're very excited about.
Oh, and you can't talk about it because of confidentiality.
We are contractually limited,
Okay,
but yes, we are very excited.
Urban core, isn't it? Okay, anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Councilmember Toba, followed by Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Director. First off, thank you so much for installing the security cameras out in West Loch Elderly Village. You know exactly how much it costs? And are you seeing less suspicious things happening around, or what's the reaction to the installation of the cameras?
Okay, you're talking at modular, West Loch Modular.
Well, even though I think, okay,
Yeah.
that whole area.
I'll find out the exact cost. I don't have it offhand, but I'll that cost and the effectiveness. I mean, sure, it's now it's better deterrent. Because when we went out there, we saw what was going on. So I'll find out how they're monitoring it, the costs, and I'll let you know. On that.
Good. No, I appreciate you guys always open when I call, and I appreciate you coming down and walking around the campus with me. So appreciate that. Verona Village, can you give us a status on the Verona Village, the checklist? How's that going? And do you have kind of a timeline on when we might see things happen?
Okay, on Verona Village, again, we've been active in that, and we've been meeting with the developer and his team. Deputy Tashner has been ongoing, talking to their attorneys. The last meeting we had, we had to do the survey of the road as one of the last items to start working with developer. But Deputy Tashner can probably update you on the last meeting. I didn't attend it. But
I mean, because in the mayor's briefing, that was one of the big projects that he said was going to happen. Because we know the people at Verona Village are slowly, disappearing. And it would be awesome to see that happen this year.
We are very hopeful that it will happen this year. There were 13 condition precedents that the city had to kind of knock down before we can transfer the property. We have 1 left.
Oh.
Very close. It's determining what the width of Frenton Road is going to be. We have come to our preliminary agreement with the developer. Okay. So we can move forward on that. They can start their CPR. So I'm hoping that we're very close to being able to transfer the property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Councilmember Wire, followed by Councilmember Say, and followed by Councilmember Okimoto.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Director, Deputy Director. So going to the CIP budget, can you share a little bit more? So this 100 million, that's general obligation bonds that's funded with?
Yes, it could be a mix of tax exempt and taxable.
Okay. So then, in terms of the proviso, that's factored in when the bond is floated, and so it's specific to that? Or can you describe, I guess, the relationship between the nature of the type of bond used and the restriction on what it's used for? So I just understand that better.
You mean the type of restrictions in terms of site control and?
Yeah, because I'm wondering, because we've been going through that conversation with like Iwilei Resource Center, right? And talking, hearing from managing director before about how bond counsel is interpreting the use. I guess I'm just trying to understand the relationship between the requirements on the actual bond itself and then requirements set forth in maybe a budget proviso, so I can better understand what we're going through. And in terms of also making sure we avoid it in the future too, right? So
Right. So let me just say by the like the 170 million, which was, tax exempt bonds, there were restrictions which we subsequently worked through with BFS and CORE and bond counsel. The big one was site control. We initial conversations, we could not RFP it to a developer and do a long-term lease. So we would have to do it ourselves. So that was a big hurdle or challenge for us in terms of using the funds. And there are subsequent discussions also with bond counsel. The taxable and tax exempt bonds, the difference, I'm not too familiar with, but there's restrictions as well with bond counsel. So
okay, so the not being able to RFP, is that true across the board for all bonds, or is it specific to this situation and how the budget was drafted?
Address
mahalo. Whoever has, yeah.
Hi. So site control is one of the issues, right? Which I think impedes our ability to offer an RFP. It's an ongoing discussion with bond counsel. What we're trying to understand is, can we give up that site control? It may hinge on whether it's taxable or tax exempt bonds. It also may hinge on other factors. So it's an ongoing discussion.
Okay, good. Do you think, ongoing, is it going to be project specific, or do you think there'll be an actual legal analysis on this is the policy?
We're hoping for a written legal opinion that we can rely on.
Okay.
For
and then
multiple projects, not just one.
Okay, and then we can see that when it comes in and everything. Okay.
Correct.
No, that'd be perfect.
What we're also trying to understand is whether there's retroactive application, right? I think to your question as to whether or not the language ties to the bond, is it going to free up some of our ability to operate and manage some of our existing assets as well?
Yeah, because it sounds like Iwilei Resource Center is on track. Is that correct?
That's under the control of DCS, so I will defer to them for programming.
Okay. I know there are a bunch of parties involved in the conversation, so I think it is good to have the conversation when it comes to applying. Well, I don't know. We have the experts, right? But then I think it's good to always have multiple eyes on how to interpret language, how to interpret contract terms, to make sure there's a full analysis, right?
Totally. This has been a cross-departmental.
Yeah.
We've been spending a lot of time on this, representatives from different departments trying to figure out how do we give ourselves the most flexible funding to build the most flexible type of project that we would want to live in.
Yeah.
And what would best serve the community. So that's kind of the foundation for the requests that you're seeing in our CIP budget.
And then I can understand, of course, the city wants to, avoid liabilities of any kind. And so sometimes we err on the side of more caution than needed. I don't know if that's fair, but in terms of making sure we're complying with the actual letter of the law versus giving us little room to feel safer.
Well, here there's different layers of levels of law, right? There's the appropriation, there's tax law at the federal level, there's state language that, controls what the flexibility is. So it's trying to thread the needle through all of those different layers of regulation.
Okay, so trust you folks are on it, so appreciate that. So coming back to the Kunia boxcar project, I know we talked about at the hearing before, so it's projected at about 120 million to do the construction.
That's the pro forma that we got. I'm happy to share it with you. It kind of breaks down, what some of the assumptions are that got to that number. But yeah, it's between 120 and 129. So that's
Okay.
one of the analyses we're going through now. Is this going to be a city project, or is this something that we can RFP out to a developer?
Yeah, and that would be construction ground up
Round up.
for 201 units.
About that, plus the childcare facility,
Plus
about
the
a
childcare.
30,000 square foot childcare facility.
Okay. Has the city, done any construction of that size in recent years?
In recent years, the Department of Land Management did some development, but this is much larger.
Okay. I'm just wondering in terms of range of costs and everything, this seems to be the norm for a project of that size.
It's expensive, but I
Yeah.
think everything's getting increasingly expensive. I think that also informs why, you'll see in some of our priorities, we're also focusing on acquisitions, right? We have a couple irons in the fire. The short-term acquisition is probably the cheapest way to bring units into the affordable housing inventory. The development is kind of the longer play and slightly
Okay.
more expensive.
No, for sure. And then in terms of the planning phase, or I guess what it looks like, what the project's going to look like in Kunia, are there updates to that? I know there was some community input a few months back.
Right.
And then I'm just wondering what 201 units is going to look like, because like Chair mentioned, I think a lot of it comes down to we need to also be preparing our community and including them, so there's no
Right.
sticker shock or other kinds of surprises.
I think there are at least 4 opportunities where we're putting together our public engagement plan. I think we'll be rolling it out at the town hall and engaging
good.
the community there. There's also, there's probably going to be an EA that has a public comment period. One of DLM's charter functions is to hold a public hearing on any use or activity of city property, so we'll also hold that. That will precede a city council approval. So there will be multiple venues where we will be able to engage the community and get feedback on the
Okay.
development of the project.
Appreciate that. Yeah, a lot of folks had great stuff to say about the childcare when it came up, and just the whole reaction in the room was positive to that. So I think there's a big need. Even kupuna programming would be cool if we can fit it in, but it's ongoing conversation.
Yeah, it's exciting. We've been working with Ted Burke from DCS to kind of figure out what kind of facility we could program. So it's an exciting opportunity for sure.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
and
you.
mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Say, followed by Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Both Director and Deputy, if you folks want to come up. The first question I have, when was this department created?
By charter, 2016.
2016, 7 years ago.
Yep.
Originally, how many positions did the department request for this particular program?
Originally,
Yes. If you have some idea, because if the two of you are not here, everyone here is not here. What I'm getting at, this department has been shortchanged for the past 7 years. And because of COVID, for 3 years, we couldn't do anything. When I look at your program, I'm impressed. And I thought you folks would maybe try to, Mr. Hayashi and Ms. Tashner, replicate Kamehameha Schools as a developer and property owner. You tell us the truth. How much positions do you need for these 3 different divisions? I'm very much impressed of our predecessors. 931 units already in existence, 60% AMI. Does these projects have reserve accounts for R&M and capital improvement, like what happened with that project by the Straub, what's that name of Jack Myers property? You saw that article, Madam Chair, where one of the tenants came and said that he couldn't afford the $50,000. I think you should take us all on a tour of this. I'm sorry, Council Member Dos Santos Tam, it's your district. The number of projects in Chinatown, and
Yep.
it's in bad condition. You shouldn't be asking us just for 1 million. Ask us maybe for 2, 3, to rehabilitate these properties that are 60% AMI. Because these tenants cannot afford to pay for these type of cams. And it's all rentals. The philosophy I'm trying to get across to you is that as you acquire and develop more and more assets and properties, we should come and maybe say to you, this is just me, we should come up with an ordinance to say every property that we acquire, we put in 2 positions, property manager and groundskeeper. That would be my thought, because I feel really bad with the 23 residential projects at the 60% AMI. That's 1,600 units. Then we go to the new projects that I was just counting, the 931 units that is in progress, right? And finally, the acquisitions. Asset management is a big part of your operations, yes. Leases are a big part of your operations, yes. And I think DLM, the past maybe 2-3 years, has become the dumping ground for departments that cannot handle their property management. But you have to be very strong and honest with us to say, maybe we do need more position counts. One area that I was shocked, Mr. Hayashi and Ms. Tachner, your division in finance. Nothing. What are you running if you don't have a division of finance for position counts? I want you folks to succeed. I want the council to succeed. I want the administration and the mayor to succeed. And I feel bad today because some of my colleagues have asked you, what are you doing with all this money we appropriated? Just tell us the truth. We don't have the personnel. Be honest. This is very critical because it is part of all of our re-election. Excuse me, I shouldn't say that. But it is part of the problem that we have in this county of Oahu. Housing. 22,000 units short. And the county is doing its best. That's where this afternoon's statement, I'm just challenging the state. Madam Chair, I should have been a bad guy when we had Hakeem come and testify for the state's public housing because he made the request for the 201H exemption. Right? And what do we get in return from the state? Nadas. Even though we're supporting affordable housing, public housing. And finally, I just wanted to say, Ms. Tachner, thank you very much for educating the members and myself for the past 2 years and staff in regards to the Clean Water and Natural Lands Fund. You have highlighted it for the past 2 years now because everybody's looking at that fund with an eye that they want a portion of that fund, which is great. The understanding that you're acquiring property, you're acquiring easements, etc. And for me personally, you folks should be honest to say, Mr. Hayashi, can you give me 2 or 3 positions for the finance division? Can you give me more positions for the asset management position? How can you have a staff of 28? Yeah, please. You.
Thank you. I appreciate your support and your recommendations. Yeah, I mean, we're a very small department, as you said. First of all, the finance division, I mean, that was never set up. I mean, that was never really established. It was initially under that finance division was a bond to develop, the bond department, public activity bonds, which has since gone over to DPP is handling the bonds, right? So that was initially under finance, as well as commercial leasing, which is under us. But the finance division, part of our reorg, we're going to rename that to a portfolio management division. So thank you for that. Services-wise, yes, we're very strapped. I've come before the FRF committee to request funds to help with the outside commercial real estate agency to assist with our due diligence because the properties we're looking at acquiring are very fairly large properties and complex properties. It's a little bit different than previous acquisitions with the previous administration. So these really we need assistance with. I mean, there's only so much expertise we have. So we're trying to do that, as well as recruit high-level people to assist with the acquisitions. So thank you. Yeah, we're trying to do that. Going back to your question on the Chinatown properties, tour is always open to any of you anytime. Many of these properties, we contract property management companies. So most of these properties, for the most part, they have the reserves. They're handling any repairs and maintenance. We have reserves, sufficient reserves. Some others we don't, so we have to request for some funding. But for the most part, we have reserves for these properties. But thank you for your support. We do appreciate that.
No, it's just that when you think about it, a lot of developers and then the property managers do not follow up on the tenants also. If they do hit the 60%, 80%, 120% AMI, that is the concern I have too, that, we forget what we do and we just move forward and nobody's watching the chicken coop. I'm trying to motivate you folks, this department, to take the lead already at this point. Because if you don't make the request, you're going to be waiting another year. And then by then, we're always behind the ball. And that's why I'm just forcing the issue this afternoon, because I sincerely believe we are trying our best. But the public out there doesn't see it. And for the city, we are addressing a group that is 60% AMI and below. Like I got criticized because of zoning, but that was for the 60% to the 140, which the state wanted. And that was a gap group for the future generations of those that meet those income levels. So in closing, I don't know, Madam Chair, what this department needs at this point, but they really do need help. You may have property managers, but with 23 properties, 23 different, for-profit organizations that are managing it, and then you're going to tell me 2 years next year, we didn't increase the rent. We couldn't increase the rent. So who pays for the CAM? Who pays for all of this other stuff that increases in inflation? That comes back to the council and your department.
Right.
So in closing, that's what I just wanted to share with you. I'm just nudging you to move forward and see what we can do to address this particular issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Say. Next, we have Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Director Hayashi.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to just continue, and I know we've talked a lot about this in other departments, but just so that I can be consistent, I had a question. You're in your vacancies, and the reason I asked so much about the vacancies is because generally, not just in government, but in general, salaries take up a huge chunk of the budget. So I noticed you have 19 vacant positions. What are these vacancies connected to? And I'm going to talk about the 2 that you mentioned earlier, but these 19 on this page.
Right.
What's the majority of them are for?
Those are current civil service positions, vacant civil service positions per our current 28 allocated positions. So we have 9 civil service positions filled currently, 9 personal service contracts, which could potentially turn into some of these civil service positions. But those are just reflective of civil service positions that we'll be trying actively to recruit with our reorg to fill, because obviously we we do want to fill as many civil service positions as possible. So
And these, do they all do the same type of work?
we have, it's varied, but it's primarily with our asset development division side. We have asset management, a couple positions as well, but it's primarily on the development side.
Okay. And then you mentioned the two that you guys are requesting, and for a total of 206,000. I actually paused because you said these two positions, one is for secretary and next for executive assistant. So these two positions total combined is almost $207,000 for their salaries.
Correct. The large part of it is the executive assistant one, which is it's a high level professional, ideally with legal background, real estate,
Okay.
to help with the acquisitions, primarily to work with Deputy Tashner with these complex acquisitions. So that's why the high salary on that one.
Do you have a breakdown? Because I asked this to other departments as well. Do you have a breakdown of, just so I have an idea of what we're looking at compared to other positions? And I get if they have a legal background, then definitely I understand why it would be more
So the 150
inflated.
salary is, I know it's on the high side for city salaries, but we actually had a potential candidate in mind, and we worked out some of the numbers. Unfortunately, it didn't materialize. But so, to attract someone at this level, we need to have a higher salary. I mean, private-wise, this is not that high, but for government, I realize the high salary. So that's the reason we
So is it like
put in for
150 to 60, or are we looking at what's the difference? I mean, could I get like an average or like a roundabout number for what the difference is? If it's almost 207,000.
Oh, okay.
And so the executive assistant with the executive assistant one with the hopefully legal background will be about what, 155? Is that what the range? Okay.
The executive assistant was like 56 or something around there.
And so the secretary would be the other.
Excuse me, the secretary.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay. And I just had another question about, well, a couple of questions actually, on the development projects page. And Director, I know we talked about this in my office, and so I'm not trying to, I just wanted to know if there was an update on first of all, the vacant building that I think is in Councilmember Dos Santos Tam's district, I'm not sure. And I couldn't remember the name of it, but the project that's there.
Resource Center?
I'm sorry?
The Homeless Resource
Yes,
Center?
yes. If you could give us an update on that, and then I did have, well, maybe I can ask the questions here first, and you can kind of combine it. So these project development, or these development projects on this page, there's with the building. Is this the building? This is the building, right?
Yes.
Okay. The beautiful building that's still vacant. Okay. I wanted to know, so you have over here, a list of maybe about a dozen projects, assist with development planning and manage partnerships. Are these new projects? Are these outstanding projects? Is the budget requesting more funding for these projects as well as the project that's vacant?
The managed partnerships with private developers? Is that the ones you're talking about?
Yeah, that page, but on top of, what does it mean to assist with development planning and then manage partnerships? What are we, if you could explain what exactly are we doing with these projects? So I understand.
The first category, assist with development planning?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So 1930 Dillingham is called the Delight Bakery site. That's scheduled for planning and development down the road.
These are new projects.
We have them already, but it's scheduled to be developed. Yeah. So Waikiki Vista we acquired recently, right? Harbor Arms we acquired previously, so they're not new projects, but we've recently acquired.
Recently acquired. So they're just empty buildings right now? No.
I'm sorry.
Are they empty buildings?
Vista is currently has 2 lessees in there. Harbor Arms is occupied with affordable housing tenants, rental. Royal Cuneo Boxcar site is a vacant parcel right now that's going to be developed for affordable housing and childcare. 1615 Alawa is going through completion of condemnation. It's a dilapidated three-story apartment building in Waikiki.
And what's the plan for that one?
To develop for affordable housing.
So you're going to
possibly senior affordable housing.
Senior, okay.
Okay. 820 Ivale is a building that was acquired previously, and it's currently being occupied by the medical examiner's office while they're doing their renovation, their office renovations, which may be completed by the summer. 1930 Dillingham is, like they said, the Delight Bakery site.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
1930 Dillingham is a Delight Bakery site, which is currently temporarily occupied by HESD.
So when these projects are complete, we're looking at how many, and are these all rental or are these for sale? I know you said one was rental, the Harbor Arms is rental. Are these all rental affordable housing units?
There will be.
They will be.
Because of the funding.
Do you know about how many units would be fulfilled with these 6 projects in just the top part?
Oh, offhand, I mean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
maybe I just like can get an idea because we know we have the housing shortage.
Yeah, I mean, with the planning that we've been doing, we can get a rough estimate of the number.
And then what's the difference between the assist with development planning and then the managed partnerships with private development? So these second group, they're not yet. Are they in?
These are ongoing.
Ongoing.
Yes, these actually the Verona Village, as you know, that it's been with the development agreement, Savio and Habitat. So we're working on that to develop affordable housing. There's some restrictions that are currently being taken care of. So that should be ongoing very shortly, about 140 units.
And these are also all rentals, no for purchase, or no.
Yep.
Be simple.
Hi, so to all of the projects here, as of now, are rental projects, save for Verona Village. Verona Village, the city will be offering the fee simple interest. Tenants of record are the priority. And then after that, there is a kind of like a pecking order that was established through the developer. The first, assist with development planning, those are city-led development initiatives. The second group that manage partnerships, those are more public-private partnerships where the city is the owner of the land, but there's a selected developer that will be develop, build, operate, and manage the property through a long-term ground lease.
So in your budget that goes from $3 million to $7 million at the end of the request, how much are we asking to continue? How much is going into this?
So
I know there's a bunch of salaries.
Yes, some of the budget is to cover salaries. Some of it is to cover the carrying costs. These projects were acquired with affordable housing monies, but several of them are not housing at present. They're industrial warehouses that need conversion. While we're going through the development efforts to determine what we're going to do with it, there are carrying costs, and inclusive of that are security costs to secure and protect the asset. So that's where a lot of the subsidy costs in this fiscal year 24 budget proposal are coming from.
And the estimated timeline for some of these projects to be completed so that we can get people into them is what are we looking at?
It varies. It depends. Harbor Arms, there are already people occupying it. Part of the planning and design or development that we're looking at is can we increase the density? But that's already occupied. Waikiki Vista is already occupied.
You said there are 2 in that one. How many? I heard 2. There are 2 residents in there right now. Did I hear that correctly?
No. There are 2 tenants.
Tenants,
there.
okay.
Yeah, one tenant is a lease of kind of the commercial space, and one tenant is a lease for the residential space. But all 108 units are occupied.
Oh, okay. So these are not all housing. It says affordable housing, but
they're in varying stages of maturity.
Okay.
Some are occupied and as residential projects. Some will need to be converted.
The goal is to get them all converted, though.
Yes. Okay. The goal is to get all of these into affordable housing inventory. I think aggregate between these 6 projects, you're looking at about 650 units.
About 650, okay.
I can get you a more specific breakdown by project, but that's kind of what we're looking at.
And then what is happening with the beautiful building then? So and I know that's not, I'm sure you guys kind of inherited parts of this, but can you give us a quick update of
Sure.
about
So
what's happening
the
with the
Department of
building?
Land Management, this used to be Montgomery Motors. And so DLM converted the asset into what it is now. The asset was transferred to the Department of Community Services, and they'll be overseeing the solicitation to get a programmer into the facility.
And the program that we're looking for is to have the homeless outreach again, or something completely different?
I think that's what they're trying to figure out. It's an unusual asset where there's a large commercial kitchen and
Right.
housing, and so I think that's what's taking a little bit of time. Another thing that's complicating that is the color of money, which
Right.
it just kind
Which
of
is why we're in
explains
this
why we
situation,
have this
right.
like 100 million CIP request. We're trying to
Right.
get to something that
Okay.
allows us to bypass that.
Okay, well, you guys definitely have an important job, because you are the ones who are responsible to acquire the land so that we can address the needs. So thank you for all you're doing, but I would like to see how we can just manage the projects if these are already in place. Like if next year we come back and we're seeing the same things, I will start to get concerned that we're not moving forward if these are outstanding projects from previous years.
I'm hoping that this list will be much longer next year and that we'll have more projects. I will be coming here next month for 3 of these private development leases. So we are moving on those. We're very excited for them.
Thank you, Deputy Director Tashner, and thank you, Director Hayashi. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move on to Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by Councilmember Tupola, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think my colleagues have covered much of the housing-related operations of DLM fairly thoroughly in their lines of question. I want to return to just something that was briefly mentioned in the introduction, which was the leases in Kaka'ako for film studios. When do those leases expire, and are those month-to-month? Are they yearly? So that's the first part of the question. Then the second part of the question is, are the lessees current on their lease payments?
Okay, that is a lease up to a year, month to month up to a year, which expires at the end of April. We are currently in the RFB process, so that should be going out very shortly for a lease on that property. And they're current.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question, which we covered in the briefing earlier this month, regarding the Kunia Boxcar site and some of the others, I pointed out the per unit cost is very high, and it's on city land, so we're not paying at all for land cost, whereas other private developers who have to acquire land and then construct, manage to produce units at a lower rate. And so I wanted to ask if the department has any criteria by which they determine, feasibility of a project, the various costs, and then determine whether it should be developed by the city itself or, in partnership with a private developer. I'm just trying to understand this process, because when this was brought up and at $120+ million, that just struck me as being inordinately high for what we're trying to do.
Right. So, yeah, I'll let Deputy Tashner address that because he's been involved in that process. But I know there are 3 scenarios put forth by Group 70, different types of designs and the costs. So as far as how that process goes, I'll let.
Hi, so for Royal Kunia, that 120 is inclusive of the housing project as well as the childcare facility. I can't remember how much the childcare facility is offhand, but that would be subtracted from it. But I agree, it is expensive, and I think that's one thing we're looking at when we're looking at the feasibility of, whether we should develop a project. Whether we can develop it with a partner, part of that is contingent on what source of funding was used to bring the property into the city inventory. If it's bond financed, the tax exempt bonds, generally that restricts our ability to enter into a private development. But I agree. I think that's probably the quickest way to realize inventory is to partner with private developers. So that's certainly something that we're looking at.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have a structure and some general criteria for doing that, so it's not just sort of determined willy-nilly or sort of at random. I mean, I think given the amount of property that the city owns and manages, we should have some way to determine how to go about doing this without having to rely necessarily all the time on outside consultants. And one other point that I'd like to make, and this isn't a question, but in that that same day, we're talking with DPP about their goal, or with the MD about the goal to get the Bill 7 projects down to a certain square footage cost. And again, in evaluating the amount the city pays for its own housing, I mean, it seems ridiculous to impress upon the Bill 7 guys that they need to be below 250 a square foot when the city is paying maybe 2 or 3 times that for its own construction costs. And that's something I like to look at. So anyway, that doesn't need an answer, but those are just comments.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Tupola, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Aloha, Director. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon.
Aloha.
3 quick questions. Last year, when you guys presented, I asked in regards to Kauhale Kamaile, which is a city-managed property, and whether or not they would be able to provide ovens, as when it was first built, they didn't provide that inside as a basic household need. I know it's still full, so it's still actually serving the community some good, but I wanted to see if within your budget we could add that, or if it's just been done already. Do you know if they've upgraded the appliances in there?
I will find out. To my knowledge, I don't know if they upgraded the appliances, but I'll find out, and I'll note that you wanted to. Sorry, was it ovens in there? You wanted?
Yeah. So they just gave them like burners, I guess.
Hot
but
plates, like,
yeah, we did some homeless outreach over there, and we were teaching them how to use the food that we were passing out. But everyone laughed at me because they said, Andrew, we don't have any ovens, so we can't do anything you're asking. I didn't know that it didn't come with all the utilities in the kitchen, so I was just wondering if that could be something you guys look into.
I'll look into that and let you know on that.
Thank you. Second question was in regards to Kapolei Parkway lofts. So you guys, the lot 6 and 7. So I think it's Villages of Kapolei with the Kobayashi Group. I see that you listed that you guys are just managing that partnership. And I don't know if you play a role in any of this. I mean, I do know that DTS and DPP are actually just still trying to finish their permits so that we can get things moving there. But since Kapolei has been building itself out, Kapolei Parkway has become almost like a highway. We had 31 accidents in front of lot 6 and 7 last year. Cars flipped. Luckily, no one's died yet. So we're having a hard time because the city, as part of this development plan, was supposed to put up a stoplight, but because of backlog permits and whatnot, still no stoplight. The developers have agreed to put up a stoplight, but they haven't gotten their permits yet. We have done everything we can. We followed the permit down the chain. We call every department where the permit's at. We try to push it along, but it's something where I know the city's going to be very proud of it when it's done, but in the interim, people are asking that we address that. So if you guys want to come to my town hall, it's in April. People are super angry about it, so...
Okay, so your question is the stoplight? I mean, the traffic?
Yeah, so the traffic light was part of the affordable housing project. And so, I mean, even the developer had suggested that the city could have, at this point, already actually expended affordable housing funds for that, even though it wasn't the housing, but it's part of it, is because the upgrades around the housing were part of the project.
I see.
So I'm just saying is I get it that it's slowly going to roll out, but the danger that is ensued around the community while we've waited for it has gotten worse because there's an elementary school there. And then also Hale Moena was built, the tall building that has low-income housing, and now kids cross from Hale Moena across. So now it's kind of compounded itself. So it's just, all I'm saying is that at this point, like, anyone and everyone related to this project needs to jump in, and we need to figure out what to do so that the community can be safe.
Okay, thank you.
And I think the third one was just, we are still waiting to hear back from your office regarding just some help in identifying a vacant roadway that is in between 2 shopping centers that everyone is pointing fingers about nobody really being in charge. No city entity have stepped up. So if you wouldn't mind responding to that, that's in Nanakuli as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Director. And thank you for all the other lines of questioning or things that I wanted to know. So thank you both. And Deputy Director Tashner for always responding to all our emails. We'll be submitting 2 Clean Water Natural Land Fund applications this year, one in Eva and also one in Lualuale. So thank you guys both. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for bringing that up. I'd like to say the Clean Water Natural Lands has really stepped up the program since Tashner took over, and it's really evolved to a major program now. So, DLM will be actively involved with that as we take over from BFS. So thank you.
Yeah, great. We are excited to see some of that come to our community. Thank you.
Chair Waters, next.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm looking at your slide deck, both the operating budget as well as the vacant positions, and I just want to follow up on what a couple other council members are talking about. So on your operating budget, you have 28 positions, asking for 2 for a total of 30, right?
Yep, yes.
And out of the 28, the next page, you have 19 vacant positions, right?
Correct.
So just minusing 19 from 28, you basically have 9 live bodies in your department.
9 civil service positions, and we have 9 contracts, so we have 18 bodies, yeah.
Okay, so I'm, again, looking at what you provided to the committee and what's in the budget book. Under temporary FTEs, zeros across the board. Contract FTEs, 0 across the board. So are you saying that what you provided this committee is inaccurate? And what you provided to the mayor in developing your overall budget was inaccurate?
No, what we provided here is...
So it says here, contract FTEs, 0.
Okay, well, it should have been, currently it's 9, yes.
Okay. So you want to amend this to read contract FTEs 9. So you actually have 18 live bodies, plus the 2 of you. So 20.
18 includes us.
Okay, 18 includes you.
Yeah.
Okay. Now going back to DLM organizational chart. Oh, and by the way, so that makes a little bit more sense, because I was going to say in your salaries, you're asking for $2 million, almost $2.5 million for salaries, right? Is that the Fund 9 or the 18 positions?
That's to fund the 18, because we don't, the 2.5, I think did not, well, we didn't have any transfer to vacant positions, right? So it's part of that. So it's to fund all of the positions.
Okay, so 18 positions is funded through the $2.5 million. Okay, makes a little bit more sense. Now, going back to your DLM organizational chart, you have administration division, asset management division, asset development division, and finance division. So let's start with administration division. Following up on what Councilmember Okimoto is saying, how many live bodies do you have in administration division?
Administration, we're 3, I would say 4.
4. And then
That
how many
includes myself.
vacancies in the administration division?
Vacancies? We don't have any. I mean, we're requesting a deputy secretary, but for us, the 4, it comprises of myself, Deputy Tashner, our secretary, my secretary, which is we're sharing, and our admin specialist.
Okay, so 4 people, live bodies in admin, 0 vacancies. Asset management division, how many live bodies there?
Okay, for live bodies, you're talking about
people working, coming into work every day.
including both civil service and contract.
Correct.
Okay. Let's see, hold on. We have
Hi, so may I clarify one thing? As the administrative division, there are 4 of us. 1 is filled on a contract basis. So in this chart, the 3 are filled, 1 is vacant. Even though we filled it on a contract basis, this represents what was appropriated in the budget, not what's actually there.
Yeah, I'm trying to just be as
It's confusing for
clear
us
as
too.
possible. Like people, let's talk about people who come to work.
People
People who show up and get a paycheck is what I'm talking about. So in the administrative division, how many people are
4
getting on
come
paycheck?
to work in administration,
Okay.
6 come to work in asset management, and 6 come to work in asset development. That makes for a total of 18 in our department.
Okay, let's start over. Administrative division, how many people?
4.
4 people come to work,
4
zero,
people come to
zero
work.
vacancies, or is she saying 1 vacancy?
For that one vacancy in terms of,
Okay, so 1 vacancy in admin. Asset management, you're saying 6 people come to work, and
Correct.
how many vacancies?
2 vacancies.
2. Okay, and then asset development, how many people come to work?
For asset development, there are 6 people currently coming to work. It is all vacant. When DLM was created, you
How
see
many
this-
vacancies?
I'm sorry?
How many?
There's actually 8, I think.
8 vacancies.
8 vacancies.
Okay.
When DLM was created,
And then finance division?
there are 6 vacancies
6
there.
vacancies, all vacant, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so we got 4 in admin, plus 6 in asset, plus 6 in development. That's 16. Just doing the,
Plus us.
that's 16. But you counted yourself in the administrative division.
We can get you the exact numbers, but we are budgeted for 28.
Yes, obviously. So asset management division. I mean, that basically following up what Councilmember Say is saying, that if you need more people there, let us know. But sounds like out of the 8 positions allocated to asset management, you're almost fully staffed there.
Correct. That's a function of when DLM was created, only the administration and the asset management division were officially created for DHR purposes. Those are the divisions in which we can hire on a civil service basis. The finance division and the asset development division were never officially created, so we cannot fill them on a civil service basis. That is why we have so many
Let me
vacancies,
stop you there.
and we're filling
They
them
were
with contracts.
never officially created?
Correct.
What does that mean?
We'd have to go through a reorg in order to officially create them. So we budget for them on an annual basis that we can fill them on a contract pending the reorg.
So, I mean, let's just talk about clean water and natural land funds for a second. You've submitted legislation to us to transfer from BFS to Asset Development Division, the Clean Water Natural Lands Fund, when the Asset Development Division actually hasn't been officially created.
Correct. We are filling everything on a personal service contract basis.
Okay, and you don't see a problem with that?
We are actively working on the reorg so that we can fill them on a civil service basis.
But back to the Asset Management Division with 6 positions, and you're saying you got that under control, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Although we will be revising some of the vacant position descriptions as part of our reorg.
Because I'm not one to privatize, right? And certainly the UPW or the HGA won't agree with me on this. But maybe that's somewhere where you can privatize it, right? Get a public, or excuse me, a private entity to manage these affordable housing projects for you. Because as Councilmember Say was saying, his recommendation is get 1 property manager and 1, I guess, yard keeper for each property.
And that's what so all of our property managers in the asset management division, we contract with individual property managers for each property that's managed by DLM.
I see.
So there is a designated property manager. We assist with contract oversight.
I see. Okay. Now, Asset Development Division. Right now you're saying there's 6 live bodies there, right? And that deals with land acquisition, clean water and natural lands, planning and development, and departmental assistance, and leasing. That's quite a bit.
Yes.
Which again, I guess that's Councilmember Say's point. You got 6 people doing all these things.
Yes.
Instead of adding things onto your plate, why are we taking things off of your plate? Right? Because the main thing we're talking about here, we're making a big deal about this, you guys. Build affordable housing. Build places to live for homeless people. Like if you focus on that, what council members say didn't want to talk about, it makes us all look good, including the mayor, right?
DLM is committed to assisting.
So, okay, now let's talk about that. We gave you guys $170 million 2 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. All 170 is going to lapse.
That is incorrect.
Okay, tell me, how much of it is going to lapse? And how much of your department spent?
We are working on several acquisitions, which would draw down on a significant amount of that. We are hopeful to be able to encumber some of the funds prior to the lapse date of June 30.
That gives you, March is almost halfway done. March, April, May, June. You're going to do that in 3 months. But you cannot talk about it today. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
You know how disappointing that is, though? I mean, I can't imagine what the people on TV watching, right? You're telling us you're going to do something and trust you to do it, but you cannot tell us what it is.
We are contractually limited from talking about it. We are subject to confidentiality agreements. That is standard in real estate acquisitions.
Okay. I mean, all right. How much of this 170 million are you going to be drawing down within the next 2 months? And by the way, so you're saying the bonds have already been floated then?
No, the bonds
How are you going to float the bonds within 2.5 months?
We are working very closely with BFS on this. The bonds are floated not when everything is granted.
How long does it take to float a bond?
I will defer to BFS on that. I'm not sure.
Okay, but you're saying you're going to get it done within 2.5 months. You're going to float the bond, contract this out, or encumber that money in 2.5 months.
We are very hopeful, yes.
Okay. So how many projects you got out of this 170 million?
I can provide you something with written in a follow-up.
No. Just tell us for the public to know. How many projects you got to draw down out of the 170 million?
Give or take 10.
10?
Yes.
That's awesome. 10.
We've already drawn down on about 5.
From this 170 million?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what areas they're in then, if you can't tell us what exactly they are. Where are these projects that are coming out of this 170 million, where are they coming from?
We're looking at an acquisition in Ewa Beach. We are looking at an acquisition in Waikiki. Some of the development projects that are listed include, the Royal Kunia, 1615. So I can provide you with a complete list.
Okay. So it's basically acquisition of land or acquisition of buildings and property?
The 2 acquisitions that we're looking at are existing buildings with residential units.
Okay. And are these units that we have to refurbish, or they're good to go and we can start moving people in?
Both are currently occupied. So they're already occupied. They are in livable condition. What renovations may need to happen, we're still determining as we are in due diligence.
One of the things that you mentioned was that you're waiting for a written legal opinion from Corporation Counsel regarding the acquisition of you're using CIP money for the acquisition and use of the lands, right?
We are waiting for a legal opinion from bond counsel.
From bond counsel?
Correct.
Okay. Who is the bond counsel that you're waiting for the legal opinion? Is this a person?
It is a mainland law firm.
Okay, they're going to advise you as to whether or not you can, how to use this bond money, this 170 million.
They're advising, yes, they advise on what impacts the tax law has on our ability to program the monies.
Okay, so if you got 10 projects in the works, right, using this 170 million, you already got an opinion from the bond council as to whether or not it's an appropriate use? Is that what you're saying? Or
No,
you're still waiting for it? That's what I'm saying. How are you going to do it in 2.5 months if you haven't even gotten the legal opinion?
That's not, what we are waiting on the legal opinion is for other projects that we would like to commence. What has currently been commenced is compliant.
Okay, and can you share that legal opinion with us?
I'd have to defer to CORE, but I'd have to defer to CORE.
Okay, please do. That would be super helpful for us. Let's move on to current expenses. It's an increase of $2.8 million, right? From 2.39 million to 5.25 million. I know you mentioned that 1.5 million is going to be used for, is it security for Delight Bakery and 1615 LOI?
Yeah, about 1.2.
1.2. Okay, and then 700,000, thank you, 700,000 for unanticipated repairs.
Correct.
Why don't you just knock those buildings down? You gotta go look at 1650 LOI. It's a dilapidated, bus-up building, right?
Right.
How much would knocking the darn thing down cost?
Gee, I don't know what the estimate would be, but actually these funds are, that could be an option when we redevelop it. Knocking it down is definitely one of the options. But this money, I guess, is currently while we're holding it, if there's any unanticipated issues that we need, to handle the repair and maintenance for the properties. But I hear what you're saying because that building is
all bus up.
Way past
Even the
its
Delight Bakery. I mean, we were using that to store property that was
SPO.
picked
Correct.
up when they did the homeless sweeps. And what am I here? That thing is full of rats, and it's uninhabitable, right? I mean, again, I'll defer to the area council member, but 6015 is in my district. But just from what I'm hearing, just knock the thing down instead of paying for security. I put one fence around it, right? Way cheaper than $2.2 million in 1 year just to maintain one building that isn't even worth occupying.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, the long run, once we develop it, knocking it down is probably the way it's going to be done. But currently, I guess we're trying to maintain it until that time. Fencing we're looking at fencing also. We put at 1615. We've had to redo it because people have been breaking in even with the fencing. So, the homeless and people around there the vagrants it's a big issue. But we're just putting this funding in, I guess, because of past experience where we got caught short if there's a repair maintenance issue. So we didn't want to be, while we're holding these properties, we didn't want to be caught short again. So that's the reason we put that in.
Okay, and then back to your CIP request. So sorry. You guys asking for $100 million
Yes.
in CIP, but you cannot tell us what it's for, other than in general terms. We gave you the $170 million just trusting that you folks would build something with it. You can't tell us what that's for, but you're asking for an additional $100 million, and you're not going to tell us exactly what you're going to build or what it's for. Is that correct?
We have projects that we're looking at, but
I mean, can you imagine, like, if you came to a bank, hey, can you loan me $100 million? Heck, loan me something smaller than that. Oh, boy, what is for? Oh, we cannot tell you. Right? I get what you're saying, Deputy Director, that, that's the way real estate does it. But I'm telling you, people deserve more, right? people have a right to know what you guys are going to do with the money.
Yes,
Yeah?
you're correct. And as soon as we're able to, we will definitely disclose to council, to the public, the projects we have online. They're exciting, but for now, we don't want to jeopardize the negotiations. So, but as soon as we're able, we will disclose them, for sure.
Not only to us, but to the public.
Yes.
But, you know, okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, before I move on to Councilmember Wire, of course, there was a lot of questions regarding the organizational, the reorganization of DLM. And of course, we've seen that it did grow. And I know it's not like the biggest department, but we have seen it grown exponentially. But there have been a pretty good amount of vacancies still. So like, as you mentioned before, it is kind of confusing with the personal service contract, with the personal service contracts. Also, when it did start, staff within DLM was shared with DFM and other staff as well, right? So I know that not everyone knows all these things, but knowing where we are going and what the plans are for the department now, and we'll be requesting this when we submit all of our questions to departments, but specifically to you, we're going to be requesting to provide an organizational chart relevant to the requested fiscal year 24 budget appropriations. And we're going to ask for you to do it by division and as well as the FTE count, and then label them under that division, what the classification title is, the grade, if it's filled or if it's vacant, because actually every year since DLM started, we would ask for that. And some years you guys don't give us what is vacant and what is not filled. And then also the funding source. Because let's say just in between 2019 to even 2020, 2021, I just remember it growing from 5 to 12 to 17 to 28, right? So, but a lot of them, it's still also vacant, and was also, you still counted DFM and other DPP, I don't know who else, positions within that count. So once again, the confusion is still there, and so we're going to be making those requests as well. Okay. With that, sorry, I'm looking at you, Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. And I'm sure we'll be able to get the bond council opinion. I mean, if anything, because CORE advises us too. So I'm happy to do RLS to ask a bunch of questions, and then I'm sure CORE's not going to like duplicate all the work for, you know, to come up with the analysis. But I just wanted to come back to the Cunha boxcar conversation, because my understanding is, I mean, construction costs vary. I know from a couple $100, maybe like $700 per square foot is what folks in the industry are telling me, maybe cheaper for condos. But if we're looking at the property, so right now it's a city property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then so once the construction occurs, where would the property still be a city property? Or would it be RFP'd
Still
out?
city.
Still city, okay. So it'd be held in perpetuity unless, you know, some unforeseen
I
circumstances
believe we're looking
happen.
at a development agreement, a long-term lease. So still
Long-term
city
lease.
property though.
Still city property. So the 201 units created would be in city inventory and available for use by the city for housing. At really whatever rate. I mean, they could go down to 40% AMI. They could, you know, play around with the number depending on need.
Correct.
Okay. Because like affordable housing fund properties, I mean, there's a time limit on those, right? Yeah. So if we put affordable housing fund money into a project, say we RFP it out to developer, like we're seeing that immediate need, but at some point they could use it for a different type of housing after that. 60 years, I think it is now.
60 years, 60% AMI, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, if we're looking holistically, big picture, at a ground-up development, 201 units, I believe it ranges studios to 2-bedroom. Is that correct? Or is it 1-bedroom? Okay, so some studios, some 1-bedroom, and a childcare facility.
Right.
Sticker price is large, I can see that, but I mean, it's a little different than some of these other projects where say affordable housing money is coming in is a portion of a big project, and then we're securing like a chunk of units out of a bigger project. Whereas this, we're creating 201 units completely in city inventory. So just wanted to kind of flesh out those distinctions so I could understand them better. Deputy Director, did you have any?
So I'm happy to share that pro forma with you. It errs on the side of being conservatively expensive. So it includes debt servicing. It includes subsidies for 30% AMI. So all of those assumptions we can play with and kind of tinker with the budget so that, it comes, but that's the number that it came out with. But I am happy to share that with you.
Okay. And just wanted to have the conversation because I understand we're wanting to be efficient, not waste money, be as responsible with it as possible. But each individual project is going to be affected differently, right? The funding is going to mean something differently depending on the funding source and what the output is, what's being created. So I appreciate that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, mahalo. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for Department of Land Management? Any other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you, Director Hayashi.
Thank you
Deputy
very
Director
much.
Tashner.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we will be on break and we will return. We will return at 2:55 and call this meeting to recess.